Take my glasses off real quick.
Yeah, I
My
know, right?
glasses nice and clean. I wasn't gonna wear my contacts, but I was like, I gotta get
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know if everybody was ready for that, but this is we're gonna be a little crazy tonight. It's a Saturday night. It's May 11th. We ain't got shit else to do, but I don't know if you guys heard this, but my guy said, "Shh, I see dead people. Psst, I see dead people." Must have heard a beat ho, beat bone, beat rap, pick up ear from the man down, all lamps, tell him please, bro. Never nigga to the cross, he phone, I'm like, so what's up with these phony ass niggas trying to see Compton? They use street hit me, fuck them all. For people who don't know, that music that I'm playing in the background, that's the one and only K. Dot, aka Kendrick Lamar. That was his like victory record he released last week in his beef with Drizzy, Drake, the boy, the guy from Canada that a lot of young people and women like, and there's men who like him too. But a lot of them wear they wear the chanclette, the thong sandals. They don't even wear like Nike slides. They wear the thong ones.
I mean, he good for a club banger every now and then, but I ain't be riding around to it.
Oh, you already know. I mean, look, before we all get into it, anyway, we'll get into all that later. What's up, everybody? We was just having some fun, early on as we wait for people to join us. And as usual, we thank you guys for joining us on the Saturday. Because quite honestly, you got a lot of options on a Saturday depending on where you are. So if you're here with us, thank you very much. And as usual, Marcus, what's up, man? How was your week, bro?
My week was it was all right. It was busy. But like everybody say, they working for the weekend, and we are here on the weekend. Glad to get into this, man. This is a lot of stuff that I want to talk about. And also, I'm doing my countdown till I can go on vacay and hop out to the sunny southern side of Florida.
I know, I'm telling you, man. It's like most other things, and like everybody always says, time just flies, kid. I mean, I remember we were doing the January show, trying to predict what was going to happen throughout the year, and here we are. We are now like officially past the 6 month. We are less than 6 months away from the election, right? So we have like 5 months, 3 weeks, and some odd days left before the madness of that day is upon us.
That is true. I forget. I'm trying to make sure I be a good steward and actually tweet myself out, tweet us out. I don't always do that.
Yes, Miguel, that is very good. Time flies like the wind and fruit flies like bananas. You should put that on your bumper stickers or on your refrigerators so you can say that every morning, because that is fact. But Oz, we know about the elections, Oz. Marcus, your head is down. I'll read the comment. Oz says there is no election in USA. Your choices are made for you long ago. Of course, we know that. We know that, Oz, and thank you for pointing that out. Oh yeah, I want to talk about that too.
We'll talk. I'm gonna start that so we'll remember to come back to it.
Yeah. No, I remember my guy Vivek. But yeah, we already know, Oz, that there is not an election, but we know that crazy things happen around the election. So that'll be what Marcus and I will be watching for. Not necessarily. We won't be watching it in terms of, oh, I hope or I wish, I want, I think. No. It'll just be like, damn.
Yeah.
It'll be more interesting for me. What I would love to see is whether they're real or not. I mean, I hope they're real, but I would love to see the voter turnout. I'd like to see a breakdown of the voters by demographic, specifically age, not so much a racial breakdown or by gender. I really just want an age breakdown. Yeah, there, Miguel. Since we're here, jumping on these viewer comments early, he said Trump had a massive rally today in New Jersey. Maybe 80,000 people attended. I'm not sure on the numbers, but I do know that New York Giants fans are feeling torn at the moment because two former New York Giant Super Bowl winning players at that. The one, probably, arguably, one of the greatest football players ever in Lawrence Taylor, and the former Giants running back Otis Anderson, they came out at Trump's rally and they said they support Donald Trump. So, the football world, Marcus, they mad at LT right now.
I mean, I said to somebody, I was trying to explain something because we were talking about John Leguizamo, and I said, when you deal with these celebrities, you got to look at them differently. Think about it. Most of the time, at what age were they when they got their fame? Because especially if you take in a pro athlete or a pro actor or any of these people, football player, you're basically spending most of your time trying to build your body up, learn the playbook, focus on things like that. As far as following like current events and what's actually really going on, especially of that ilk when they didn't have social media and all that, they have a lot of time to study any of these things. Like and that brings me back to what I was saying about John Leguizamo. He said that he didn't know about redlining until he watched the show Them. Um, and I'm like, you gotta remember, this dude broke into stardom in like his late teens. Like when you spend your whole year just worrying about your whole career just worrying about remembering lines and showing up to the next party to try to hopefully get into the next big movie, you don't pay attention to what's going on with everybody else in the real world. And it's the same thing with military people. They get in at 17, 18, 19 years old, spend 20, 30 years in the military, and the military is not like military life is way different than civilian life, way different. And so you have a lot of blind spots, and that's what happens with people like that. Bringing it back to LT, you can't expect that dude to really, especially when you're wealthy, your mindset is, okay, who's going to give me the best tax rates and who do I know? And oh well, I know him, so I'm cool with Trump, and I've golfed with him a couple of times. I like him, so it's not the same as people who actually benefit pro and cons on the downside of it. So they live in a whole different world when it comes to how they view politics. So I mean, don't take that shit to heart. People like that, if they, if one of your favorite celebrities is for one side or the other.
One thing I think, one thing of interest to me anyway, was when he allowed Lawrence Taylor to say a few words, right? LT, did I freeze, Marcus?
Yes, you're froze.
Okay. Damn, hopefully I'll come off it. Anyway, I don't know if you could still
it
hear
just
me.
Look like you're whistling. You're good.
I know, right? LT, he said, I've been voting Democrat my whole life, and it's because of Trump I'm voting for him. I just wanted to say, a lot of these people are suffering from, still Trump derangement syndrome. Again, consider that the Democratic Party, the Democratic side of the establishment, is in such disarray, in such a bad state, that you have people who have been like 4-decade-long supporters saying like, I just can't do it this time. I just can't. And people who've been doing stuff for 4 to 5 decades, the one thing they don't like to do is change much of anything. You talk to these people about changing the doctor, changing their vehicle, changing the place they go to for breakfast. They have a problem with all of that. The fact that you would have somebody who is 60 years old, probably closer to 70, than to, 60, saying I've been voting Democrat for all this time. Now I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. I don't look at that so much of an endorsement on Trump as much as I look at it as a criticism of the Democratic side of the bird.
Completely agreed, because it's not like he's doing anything in particular that's making, somebody like LT come over. I mean, it's more of what the Democrats are not doing. And I wouldn't even say Democrats, I'd say Joe Biden in particular, which we all know it's deeper than that. But if we just speak it on face value, the shallow level of this political stuff, that's what I mean.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I follow.
Mm-hmm. What was it? Sorry, just making sure to get my links up. I got a lot of like stuff I want to share with y'all, a whole lot, and hopefully we get to it all. But we'll see. We take the show and let it flow as it flows. Yeah.
Did I see Thomas in the chat?
Well, the whites. Oh man. That's
real quick.
That's honestly okay. Here, I'll hold that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want real quick. If Thomas is in here, Thomas, the Thunder, they lost again today. I wasn't too happy about the loss today or the other day, but they're down 2-1 to Dallas. But I got faith in my young boys in OKC. I think they're going to tie it up in Game 4 and then probably pull out a close Game 5. My Knicks is up 2-1 against Indiana. So I just wanted to say that we in the second round. New York is beat, battered, bruised, and we still busting ass. So it's been 30 years since I could actually talk shit about the Knicks and not feel like I was being delusional. So, but yeah, that's it. La Senora.
It's been that long.
Yeah. La Senora asks, will the whites ever lose power, Marcus?
That's honestly a complicated question. That seems like a simple question.
Short answer for now.
Short answer, not as far as in the secular sense. No. And what I mean by that, I know that's not a clear answer, but I'm saying if there is no higher powers involved, and there are no nuclear weapons going off, the answer would be no. Yeah, I mean, the only way I see it going is, honestly, America has to crumble. America has to get to a point of being so broke. And it don't even have to be militarily. It don't have to be a military battle. It can be through enough sanctions. I mean, not sanctions, but enough debt, enough countries deciding to go elsewhere, petrodollar. If any of those types of scenarios happen where the global markets move away from America, then they move away from all the rest of the Western powers. And when that happens, that will be the day you will see whites lose power.
I'll add this, as more and more non-white people are born or those move into the country and they're counted as citizens, what will happen is they will become the largest and loudest minority. Be careful what we ask for.
Well, I think that'd be the most dangerous.
That's what I'm saying. That too, because one, they'll be like, we used to run. They're gonna have the attitude, we used to run this shit. Like but then they're gonna be smart about it. Like, oh, okay, we're gonna ask for all the benefits that minorities get.
No, I don't think that they're gonna just go asking. I don't think they go silently.
When I say ask, I don't mean like they're gonna ask. I'm saying they're going to make sure they get.
I don't think they go silently into the night at all. I think they don't go down without trying to destroy and take down a lot of people with them. And they're going to have that, it's kind of ironic, with the whole stuff going on with Israel. Israel has that, what's called the Samson option. And I honestly feel like that could be actually pushed to most of the Western powers. I mean, I think Europe, most of them are fine with like, okay, well, we're not the top dogs anymore. Cool. But hey, what's up, Lady Alex? But America is not going silently into the night. They're going to play dirty. They're going to, and I think that they would go from being the bully to the terrorist of the world. I mean, in even more of a brutal fashion than they already are.
Thomas, I agree.
What was that? The Eurocentric system still holds the most power in Mexico, despite the country being a majority mestizo, native, and other. Will America be that way when it becomes a majority minority? Well, see, here's the thing. You could say that, and a lot of times we don't think about the influence that they have even in countries where they're barely even there. The strongest power base in Haiti, which is like 98% black. I mean, and we're not talking about like some mixed black. We're talking about blackety black. That's still controlled by Western powers. Western powers are still controlled. Now you look at South Africa, a predominantly like 95, 96% black country, still controlled by by the West, by white people. You look at and I mean, think about it. I think Great Britain has something like 65 countries or more which celebrated Independence Day from Great Britain. I mean, the handful of European countries, like 10 of them, literally wreaked havoc on almost every country around the world. And so, and they've left their imprint. I mean, even like how the British, the mentality they left on the Indians. That's why Indians are so racist even to their own damn people, because of the white is better mentality that was instilled on them by the British. And I mean, you could take that even back further to all the way back to Alexander the Creep, and the mentality that he instilled on them when he was doing the stuff that he was doing to them all the way back then. So, I mean, this ain't been like just some new thing. This has been century after century after century after century of white supremacy that has beat down the whole entire planet. So I say all the time, America or the West is not white supremacist. The whole world is, because they beat that mentality down even into countries where there's virtually no white people.
Yes.
I'm not answering that. Trying to get me in trouble.
Yeah, I'm leaving that one alone, kid. I'm leaving that one.
Oh boy, she's cracking me up. I'm enjoying having her in the chat. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one. Some things you just leave alone, right?
Yeah, I mean,
oh yeah,
she's right, and it kind of
Spaniards.
Well, and that's the thing. A lot of the control, which is still hoisted into that country, is from Spaniards who never left from when they colonized it all the way back in the 1500s. They never let go of that power base, even though they kind of Spain itself moved out. They still left people in power that control, and then their little secret way to kind of pad themselves and insulate themselves, they invited over Germans and all kind of other Europeans, and that leads to even it's impacted the people so much. A lot of the music in Mexico is inspired by Germans. I mean, think about that weird ass, I can't think of what it's called right now. You know what I'm talking about, where it goes in and out like accordion.
Not the accordion.
You know what I mean? Somebody help me out. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I can't think of the name either, but I know it. I know the instrument that you're referencing. Yeah, yes. Their music. Some of the Mexican music is like that classic mariachi. Is that
not mariachi? I'm talking about more. What would it be? Banda. Exactly. That's what banda. Ranchero. There's a couple of other ones, because I can literally open up my door right now and I guarantee you my neighbors are playing one of those styles of music right now. I'm blaring it every Saturday night.
And they so different than the Puerto Ricans or the Dominicans, right? That
you can hear the Africans still in the music. That's why.
Yeah, because they like the shit with bass in it, right? Shit is gonna move whether I enjoy all of it or not. they shit got bass to it, right?
Well,
You
when I
wanna
come down
move.
there, I'm gonna make you enjoy it.
Yeah, like you move to that. But
Because
when I go to
you
like
already know. You already know at least one. Of course, we're gonna go out. We're gonna hit a couple of
BBL
Caribbean
Drizzy.
spots. Of course, we're gonna hit a couple of Caribbean spots.
Oh yeah,
But we gotta hit at least one Cuban spot. That's definitely gotta happen.
BBL Drizzy. Chris H, I've heard all of them shits. It's so funny. One of the producers, Marcus Metro Boomin, he put out a beat online and he named the beat BBL Drizzy, and he told everybody to make songs dissing Drake. So everybody's using this beat, and the sample is going BBL Drizzy. Yo, that shit is
I heard
hilarious.
it. Is it almost like a 80s kind of push it to the limit kind of sound?
Yes, and
Yeah.
there's like 9 million different versions of it right now. It's freaking hilarious. I mean, like I've never seen Drake lose the internet the way that he lost the internet
Well,
ever.
but it's symbolic. It's symbolic. Just how Drake is losing the internet, somebody else is kind of losing on the messaging war right now too.
Coincidence? Dun dun dun.
Well, I mean, I've said
What do
before,
both of them have
prophecy.
in common? Dun dun
I've said
dun.
before, the prophecy it leads to the fact that certain group of people are going to start being exposed in every walk of everything, and power that was had is going to start slipping.
Oh, and Chris, they call him BBL Drizzy because he had work done. Drake had work done and had his abs installed. So that's when Rick Ross started calling him BBL Drizzy.
Thank you, Jira. Jira threw it in there also. She said, "Yes, Marcus. The Mexican música ranchera, tejada, and banda are derived from German. Exactly. It sounds almost weird saying "opa" with that, but I get you."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you go the Ricans and the Dominicans, they borrowed from their southern neighbors, right? They was like, nah, we gonna
But
take them
here's
drums.
one thing. But here's one thing that's different between Caribbean Latinos and more Central American going into South. Well, I won't even say South America. I'll say this little certain strip within Central America. There's a lot more mixture. Even some of the more lighter Boricuas, they'll tell you, oh, I'm 25%, Nigerian. They got that in the DNA to back up, whereas you don't see that with say you don't see that as much with people of Mexican descent, El Salvadorian, definitely not Argentina or Chile,
Nah. Mm-mm.
which they had a bunch of people import into their countries in the 30s and 40s from Europe. So
Hey,
that changed a lot of it.
Marcus, you froze, and it looks like you got caught saying BBL Drizzy. That's what it looks like. Yeah.
It looked like I am about to start singing, don't it?
Yeah, it does.
And you look like, I don't know if that's a good idea on my screen.
No. Did I unfreeze, or am I still frozen on your screen?
No, you're probably good. It's probably just my screen. I
Oh
think I
yeah.
figured out what the problem is because I'm noticing freezing and slow uploads. I think I'm about to get rid of my internet. I gotta get a new one because this one, I think they're the problem.
Do you have a lot of windows open or tabs open that are like having videos on
No,
pause, maybe? Oh,
no,
okay.
that's not what it is. And I've even times when I have the TV off, nothing on. I'm the only person here at the house. This is the only thing on. It's still freezing up. And I realized, nah, this is the internet. Because I had trouble even with the fight last week. Or was that a week before?
Marcus, Atrez says you on Metro PCS, dog.
Oh boy. Honestly, I got what? Spectrum, which apparently they're on the Spectrum.
Oh
Um,
shit! Damn, shots fired.
I'm gonna
Shots.
stop. I'm gonna stop.
Yo, that's funny.
Oh yeah. And I'll put this out. I want to put this out early for those in the chat who I know are regulars who are in here. If anybody starts like going into the asking questions about RBN, we're not going to go in on that. All we'll say is we know what it's like to have situations happen behind the scenes and it get kind of hectic and crazy, and then decisions have to be made. We don't know we don't always know the back and forth, the drama that goes on behind the scenes for shows, and we won't judge what goes on either way. We just wish luck to all the people involved, and hopefully everybody come out the other side better.
Well said. Well said. Well, we're about almost close to 30 minutes in, so I figured we could, just start jumping into some of the topics, unless you got some other like one-off.
I got
Topic.
some little one-off topics that I wanted to bring up, but since my screen is frozen, you'll have to bring it up. I figured let's start something a little bit light. Well, this is light and it's kind of frustrating at the same time. Did you see what your girl Sexy Red did?
Oh, when she said, "Don't make fun of my girl either." It's funny because you know what Kendrick said. Kendrick said, "What he saying? Euphoria." He said,
No, I'm not talking about that, but
I know,
you
but
can go.
this is gonna go all into it. Kendrick says on his Euphoria track, he said, I ain't bleed him. Should I bleed him? He said, I ain't even bleed him yet. Should I bleed him? Bet. He said, I believe when you take pictures with sex. Wait, what did he say? He said, I believe when you post with Sexy Red, I believe you see two bad bitches. Ugh. Like Drake literally sees himself as a chick. But no, if you're referring to what Sexy Red said about her doctor's appointment
No,
visit,
I'm talking. Oh, that and yes, that I was gonna go there, but
I
and
believe
what
you
she
see two
and
bad
what she
bitches.
did and what she did at the country concert.
Oh, I didn't see what she did at the country concert, but for those who don't know,
Check
Sexy
checking the research, checking the show research.
got you. Um, for those who don't know, Sexy Red posted a video while she was at the doctor's office and said, "I'm here at the doctor's office trying to figure out why my coochie stink."
Oh my god.
Yo,
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, you
So
really
disgusting.
posted that on the internet? Oh, Lady Alex, the Lady Alex, the Drake and Kendrick beef was a major moment in hip hop over the last, I don't know, 2 weeks or so, especially last week, Friday and Saturday. Major moment. I know not everybody's into hip hop and the music and that part of the culture, but for those who are, it was a major, like a
Hey, I'm
major.
back.
Oh, okay, good shit. It was a major watershed moment for a generation. You know. Oh, here go. Oh, here goes. Yo, you're funny as shit. You see them as competition, you pop ass with them. Yes, he said. Sorry, I'm just laughing about a few things in the chat. But anyway, yeah, so Sexy Red said that nasty shit, Marcus. I couldn't believe I was reading that shit on my phone. I was hoping that
Mm-hmm.
somebody I was hoping that somebody just did that and it was like a troll. But apparently she really said that's why she was at the doctor's office.
Yeah.
And it was like, yo, Emmanuel, dog.
Oh, I'm dead on that one.
Yo, I
Wow.
no lie. No bullshit, dog. When I see Sexy Red, I just think, and my face goes like this. Like when you just think, men, you should understand this. When I see her, my face just go like this. You know that there's only certain smells in life that make you go, hmm. There's only a few of them, and I think some people understand this.
Every time I see Sexy Red, I just get embarrassed. I mean, it has to be what it's like for a parent. It has to be what it's like for a kid who like has a parent who has an embarrassing job. Like a kid whose mom is like a stripper and everybody knows she's a stripper and drops you off right in front of the school. That has to be what it's like. That's what I feel like whenever I see Sexy Red doing anything. It's just everything that woman does is just embarrassing, and it's like,
Well,
oh, she sets us back as a people so far.
well, I learned, doing some research behind her. What I learned is that she has the backing of a one Larry Jackson. I suggest people go and search the name Larry Jackson, see what company he is tied to, and then that will explain why you see Sexy Red everywhere. Marcus, do you know who Larry Jackson is?
No,
Mm,
I've heard of him.
think
I
of
think he's a
fruit.
producer or something.
No, think of fruit.
Fruits?
Yeah, think of fruit. Think of
Mm,
fruit.
not sure.
Apple. He was the former global music. He's like the global creative director for Apple Music.
Hmm. Well,
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense why she would be getting so much airtime that she gets and why she does some of the stuff she does because she's put out there to do that stuff. He went and found the most ratchet person he could to put out there. Or just she might even not be that ratchet on her own. This might all be she's doing what she's told.
On some level, because you know what, you don't have to spend you don't have to spend you don't have to spend a lot of money on people like her, right? You clearly she looks, and I'm being a little damn E. I'm sure the inside of her house looks like a
He
yo,
chose
E
violence
crazy.
tonight. He chose
Yo, no,
violence tonight.
and that's fine. Um, but it takes very little to blow up a Sexy Red, from somebody, and I could be wrong on this, but I'm willing to bet that she comes from probably a working class or poor family, right? I think she's from uh I want to say she's from somewhere in the Midwest. I want to say maybe
I don't know
Missouri.
about that. Hey,
I
hey,
think
hey,
she
hey! I don't know about that.
I think she's from St. Louis, quite honestly, somewhere around there.
Okay,
Maybe
who? She can be on that side of the state.
yeah. So I think
Let me
she's from
see.
Missouri. She's from the place where they say music.
Well, then that would probably be St. Louis. Because
Okay, yeah, around
let me
that
see
or
where is she actually from? Where is she actually from?
or Memphis.
That sound more likely
It's either St. Louis or Memphis.
because you most of the people in that area they got family that or probably beat you senseless acting that way. No, she is from STL.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she's from St. Louis. Nelly, go get your girl.
Yeah,
Oh man.
so with that, she has the backing of Larry Jackson. He's the owner of Gamma Records. I believe that's the name of the new company that he formed after he left Apple. Either way, this guy has a lot of pull. He has a lot of friends, and he has a lot of influence within the industry. So if Larry Jackson goes to the people within the industry and he says, "Hey, I've got this play that I think everybody should get behind. We can make a lot of money." Then hey, here you go. It costs relatively nothing. We could give this girl tens of thousands of dollars, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars, and our return could be millions based on the returns, whether it be Instagram pages that they own, that they get a certain amount of clicks and coverages for, and it turns into some dollars. But whatever, however, not whatever, but however they make money off Shorty, they making money off of her. This is why she's everywhere. This is part of the reason why whenever you see Sexy Red the last few months, you seen her with Drake. They got the song on his album. You know, they did the video. You know, he's all on her social media pages. You know, they talk to each other back and forth. Again, I think that's a money play. I don't necessarily think that is a like two artists coming together because they actually want to come work with each other on some music shit. I think it's just branding, social media, and shit like that.
Sorry.
Oh,
Finding the message.
yeah, Thomas, I'll be trying to put people on, you know what I mean, without, you know, doing too much, you know.
Which I mean, Lady Alex was saying she still listened to Led Zeppelin, which is nothing wrong with that. Honestly, that's probably what we need to do. Have another music show. One of these
Yo,
days, just
you think Here
just
Goes?
throw in a mixture of everything.
Do you think Here Goes like some Sexy Red or Drake?
I would take it. That's probably a no.
So, hey, Here Goes. You have you got all that shit downloaded to your library. You know, I'm just messing with you because, you know, I'm not a fan of those people like that either. But obviously, I am tuned in and tapped in to what is going on. Just because I am doesn't mean I endorse any of it. Some of it is stupid, and look, I get it. Not everything has to be or will be super serious. You know, Public Enemy, Chuck D. You know what I'm saying? Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Not everything is going to be that way. You know, we still need to entertain ourselves. Dang, he said he's listening to the Crusaders. Damn.
So
But you know, not all of it is going to be revolutionary music. You know, people still want to be entertained in between the wars they fight and the battles they wage. You know what I'm saying? Uh, People have to release. You have to, and unfortunately, um, they use the music to make people relax a little too much. The entertainment, I should say, not just the music, but all of the entertainment.
and shout out to him car over there, and gotta
Oh,
respond.
Hempar Rockfin, what's up, y'all?
I gotta respond to this. He says, "I just assume military life is constant bleep culture, f everything to death, no matter what attitude." And I would push back on that. No, honestly, what military culture is you got a bunch of young kids who don't really know what the hell is actually going on, just following orders, and many of them thinking that they have that their country has the best intentions in mind. I mean, most of the people that you see in the military, a strong majority of them are basically victims themselves. They just don't even realize it. Many of them come from impoverished parts of the country. Um, whether that's from the inner city, out in the trailer parks, or rural areas. That's the bulk of them, and their this belief of you are serving your country and you can get college money, and sometimes it's an escape to get out of the cycle where you are in. I mean, I had the mentality once I started having more and more injuries. I was like, I can't just go to college. I'm going to fail out because I don't have the mindset at that time. So at least if I get in the military, it gets me out of the area where I grew up, which was a very high crime area. And even if I wasn't doing something, it's very easy. Something could happen to me just by proximity of
Being
people I was around.
affiliated with somebody.
Being affiliated. So you got a lot of people who go into the military and they don't have any negative things in mind or mentalities, but also the military, you got people from all walks of life. You got some people who are just trying to get a college education. You got some people who, And also you got many different jobs in the military. All the military is not combat related jobs. Some of them are just administrative, some of them are legal men, some of them literally the army has veterinarians. I mean, there's some people who are just taking their photography and stuff like that. Some are working at like the gym, for instance. I mean, you got various different fields that aren't doing anything necessarily. I mean, corpsmen, and you got, you know, plenty of jobs that are not doing anything combat related or anything crazy. And so, can you have our culture like he's talking about in the military? Of course. I'm not, but I would defend and say that the people in the military, the young people, most of the times, they're not nefarious like some of these stories you hear. And that's just a byproduct of you never know what kind of people are coming into the military. You got groups of, you got on this ship over there, you might have a whole bunch of kids who are former Crips and they run into somebody from their old hood and they still kind of got a little that wannabe gang stuff in them, Crips, Bloods. You run into people who are KKK type. You run into people who are like revolutionaries. You run into Muslims. You got all different walks of life in the military. So I don't know. I feel always a need to push back when people are hitting on the young people in the military because most of us joined out of ignorance. Exactly. Lady Alex said most join are ignorant. I was 17 when I signed my paperwork, and it wasn't social media like this to be able to know all the different conflicts that were going on. My only I went off of looking at my uncles as being these great heroes. And I looked at some of my new classmates because we had a lot of refugee students come to us from Sarajevo and Bosnia and Kosovo. And so I'm under the impression from them that we are helping. It's just when you get there, you may see that it's not all. And another thing is the military is extremely compartmentalized. You got this group over here who's doing humanitarian work and only doing good stuff. And you got this group over here a couple miles away that are doing some of the most horrendous crap ever. So it's not like everybody knows what everybody's doing. Everybody doesn't see the bad. Everybody doesn't see the good. People, there's just so many aspects of military life. But I had to just go on that spiel because I guess it just triggered me a little bit of defense because I know it's a lot of good young people who are being tricked and fooled in military life.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it happens. Much like other, just like people who get into politics or people get into media. It's just a different. It's just a different outcome, right? One is preparing you for actual theater where you could face physical injury and or death, but you're still carrying out, the orders of the ruling class. Same for the military, same for the politicians.
That's a strong statement there. Lady Alex says, I speak to many vets that are from overseas and joined the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
military to become citizens, and now, ironic, many are from countries the U.S. is bombing and
Yes.
pillaging. Exactly, exactly. I mean, people, it's
People are so down bad that as long as they are over here and their immediate family is okay and out of harm's way, what they will end up working for an institution that harms the country of their origin.
yeah,
It's nasty work.
and how great the propaganda is in the military. They will break you down and have you believing, good is bad and bad is good. So I mean, that's just a little bit that wanted to say there on that topic. Um, man, we can go so many different directions from there, but I had a couple of other stories I kind of wanted to just little quick stuff I wanted to bring up. What was the one? Oh, did you hear about the cop? The cop out of Houston. Could you pull that story up for me? Am I still there? Still there, Chris? Yeah. Let me see if I can pull it up and it won't kick me out again. Let's see. But this story that I saw was like, this needs attention. And I didn't see anybody talking about it. Man, it looks like it wants to freeze up on me. It's already slowing down. But this story here, which that's a sad one also on this on the right of the screen, the young kid that was in the Air Force who was shot by Fort Walton police on a no-knock warrant. That's the reason why no-knock warrants need to go away. But this story here says Houston mayor says police chief is out amid probe into thousands of dropped cases. Come on, computer. Come on. Actually, it's not on the computer. It is, or I could just leave that on the screen and pull it up on my phone. Man, I don't know why this is acting this way, but my apologies, everyone. That's what I'll do. I'll just read it off my phone. You can definitely look up this article. It is
My bad,
from the Associated Press. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna read this off my phone because it's looking like it wants to freeze me out once again. But
which article is this in the
It's the police officer, Associated Press.
Gotcha.
Police chief. And I guess you put here. Let me stop sharing mine and pop on the screen, and then I'll throw mine up. See, Rick has hopped into the building. What's up, Rick?
Yeah, I keep hearing about these solar flares and everything.
But this story says Houston mayor has replaced the city's police chief, saying Wednesday it was best thing for law enforcement agency that's still under intense scrutiny over why hundreds of thousands of cases were never investigated, including more than 4,000 sexual assault allegations. Mayor John Whitmer said he did not push out former police chief Troy Finner, but accepted his retirement as the police department needed to move forward under new leadership. Yeah. Oh, you got it. During a news conference. Oh no, go ahead.
No, I'm asking you a question, right? The one thing I always notice when this shit comes up with these people, the one thing more than anything that they do is sexual assault. Yo, is there something wrong? Is consent corny?
I guess so. I guess like, getting consent is just like the worst thing ever.
Is sexual consent corny? I'm trying to understand because every single one thread that is common in all of these instances is the sexual assault pieces. We know these guys we know they do racist shit, right? We know they're corrupt, But dog, the amount of sexual assault that happens seems.
And just to throw in and tie this together with what Himcar was saying, but what he thought about our culture in the military, or assault culture in the military. Those people that were doing that in the military often get out and become police officers and do this. These are the same people who are doing this stuff. Oh yeah, Rick, definitely. These were cops that they were not investigated. Yeah, when you get reading into the story.
Like I said, one thing that I noticed, regardless of the city, regardless, of any of whatever jurisdiction it's in, it's the mindset that exists with a lot of them. And again, this goes beyond their race. It goes beyond race, but the vast majority of them are Caucasians. I mean, we just have to keep it a buck. If it's in the area where most of the cops are Black, then it'll be mostly Black police officers, Hispanic, etc., etc. But
Mm-hmm.
overall, the majority of the country in which we see these things with, what is it? I mean, is it the power is the power dynamic? Okay, I understand having power, and somebody telling you, "Oh, I'll do anything if you just let me go," and I understand all that shit to a certain extent, but I mean, I can't imagine putting on my belt and my pants, pulling my pants up after I done violated somebody. I don't know that I've never done that, so that shit to even think of that shit is very foreign and weird as fuck to me because you can't brag on that. You can't like pat yourself in the back in the mirror and be like, "Yeah, I did a good job." You can't do any of that in any of those instances. I mean, I would break every mirror I ever came across if I ever did some like that.
And this isn't like a brand new thing. Like I remember years back when I used to subscribe to Maxim magazine, obviously much younger back then. But some one of the articles in there was like America's worst cops, and just so happened my wife at the time, it popped up JSO police officer Sean Pringle. She knew this guy, and he ended up going to prison for repeatedly um doing exactly what Chris is talking about, like sometimes forcing women to do certain things or touching them inappropriately. I'll let y'all figure out what's going on. And this dude had like hundreds of cases by himself. Yes, Lady Alex, I have evolved, more than probably what 15, 20 years since then. So thank God I did grow up. But there's a lot of this that happens. And then also for the cases where it's not officers involved, some of these police chiefs, like I don't know if you guys remember the show The Wire, which I just finished watching, probably like a couple months back. They would hear from the mayor and say, well, we need crime stats to go down. And so they'll just decide, well, we're just not going to investigate this.
Or they just
We're
don't report
going to
it.
shape this, or or this is, well, that's what I'm saying. Reports get buried. And this sounds like what was going on to make crime stats look better. Now, do we know if that's happened because the police chief is trying to make himself look good, or sheriffs are trying to make themselves look good, or if it's higher than that, or if it's the mayor, or if it's a governor, or if it's even higher than that? Because a crime statistics report just came out with the Biden administration that said that crime rates are down. Crime rates are at its lowest rates. And so
Read
I
that,
don't know
Marcus.
where
Read
this
the
goes,
highlight.
where this begins, and where this stops. Yes, Lady Alex, great show. One of these days, I'm going to do a breakdown on it on my other channel, where I go into.
Marcus, read that highlighted section.
Okay, Whitmer, who took office in January, had expressed confidence in Feiner after the chief revealed in February that more than 264,000 incident reports in the past 8 years were never submitted for investigation, as officers assigned them an internal code that cited a lack of available personnel. So they're trying to basically use the excuse they didn't have enough people to investigate it. Yeah. Okay.
264,000.
Mm. That's what the whole movie Gothica was about. Exactly. I mean, this is why this is one thing I do like with what the Rockefeller like law what is it, his legal like team has been doing. They've been going through these police departments and going through and investigating and trying to dig through what's going on in some of these cases, because um like for instance, they found like that. And you know what, wait a minute, I just thought about this. That's how this story ties to the other one. Remember, Chris, when we had CC on here, we had CC Mank on, and she was running for local office in KC, and
I
she
was
brought up about the
Marcus.
police chief and him putting girls through prostitution rings and stuff like that.
I was gonna say earlier when you were talking, I didn't want to interrupt you. I was going to say this isn't that different than what was going on in Kansas City with the police. It's the same thing that CC was talking about, and that what actually Rock Nation, rightfully so, put some money behind exposing.
Yep.
Read this next highlighted section, Marcus.
Finner had said he ordered his command staff in November 2021 meeting to stop using it after learning of its existence. Despite this, he said he learned on February 7th of this year that it was still being used to dismiss a significant number of adult sexual assault cases.
You see what they were trying? They weren't, you notice they did not highlight drugs. They did not highlight, shootings. They didn't highlight carjacking. They didn't highlight any of these other crimes that this adult sexual assault cases. So unfortunately, it sounds like this police force is full of these cornball type of men who probably have a hard time meeting and keeping women on their own. So their only way of having that type of action is to abuse the position that they're given. Yo, I'm not.
But I would say
I'm not a perfect dude by any
it's more
stretch.
than that. It's more than that because there's not even that many law enforcement officers.
Yeah, I'm not.
So this is them just burying stuff.
Yeah, I'm not.
What stat can we not worry about? Let's just, and this could, now I'm just throwing this out. I do not have evidence. So anybody's like, oh, he's spreading false information. I'm not spreading false information. I'm just throwing out a theory for people to think about and if this is a possibility. When we start talking about some of this human trafficking, does maybe some of this fall into it? I don't know.
Marcus, look at some of the years they're throwing around. They're throwing around 2018, 2021. Hold on one second. Yo, somebody's at my door real quick. I don't know who this is. Hold on.
Yeah, going ahead. So I'll read this part, which Chris left up on the screen. It says, Whitmer's confidence in Finner seemed to quickly end this week after Houston television stations reported Tuesday that Finner had been informed about the dismissed incident reports in 2018 email. So this sounds like this only came to light because the media got involved, which shows the importance of getting the media involved in these situations, because it seems like they're the only ones who are able to get some kind of form of accountability, because it's like that old saying, you have to shine some light on it. And once you spread some light on these situations, this is when it brings to attention to people who are actually going to hold them accountable. And it sounds like this is just ass covering from that mayor. Decide, because I wonder if the media didn't get involved, would anything have changed? Said never occurs in strong, healthy tribe. Yeah, show me a healthy tribe, please. This is I saw this story and I was like, I ain't heard nobody talk about this. And I'm like, this is something that we need to talk about. Do I believe that? And here's the thing: we don't know what's the severity. What percentage of this is adults? What percentage of this is women, men, children? We don't know. And that's the reason why, like, a case like this needs to be brought to light. This reminds me a whole lot about what was happening with law enforcement. Well, I'm not going to say it's law enforcement, but about men taking women off of reservations and trafficking them. Yeah. So, Chris put that article in the chat. I'll make sure y'all go through and read this more. And for some of y'all who are regulars on some of our colleagues' channels, and push this story out to them, especially if they're a bigger channel than ours. Get this story kind of buzzing. because this is something that I just kind of felt it slipped, it slipped out on the wayside. And with all the stuff that's going on, it's something that need to be brought up. Um, let's see, what else did I have in there? Let's go to something that's not as change the subject, from that, because I don't want us to spend the whole show on stuff that's aggravates and gets our blood boiling, which
I mean, all
justifiably
of it.
so. We should be pissed off about this kind of stuff.
Look,
Um,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everything is going to make our blood boil. Like if as long as
well,
we're
I
not
got a
talking
couple of
about,
stories. I got a couple of stories that aren't
yeah,
too bad.
as long if it has humor in it, obviously that's not going to piss you off, etc. But whenever you do take a look just at some of the headlines outside of the stupid headlines and the check to see what she looks like now headlines, there's not a lot of good, feel
Yeah.
good shit out there. I mean, there's some feel good stories that they toss in
Well, this is
every
why I watch
30th
animal
headline.
videos. I
I
watch
feel you.
animal videos and comedies. I throw a lot of animal videos and comedy skits in my daily routine to balance out all of this horrendous stuff that we go over and talk about and have to focus on. I don't know. Did you hear about for Eurovision, the Israeli singer getting booed off the stage?
Did they boo the Israeli thing? But I thought they were from the Middle East. What y'all doing in Europe business?
Well, and that's a whole nother discussion that got sparked too.
I know.
Why is Israel even in Eurovision?
Correct. So your family has ties to the land that you're saying you own, but yet you also want to be in these people business over here on this side of the world. I mean, make up your mind.
Which I heard great commentary. I can't remember what platform I saw it on. But they had a Israeli analyst, and the Israeli analyst was trying to explain like the mentality of the average Israeli, and was explaining how Israelis kind of almost, and he used this was his term, so don't beat me up, anybody who feels offended by this term, that kind of have a schizophrenic way on how they deal with everything. They want to be included. They want to be accepted by everybody. They want to be liked. But at the same time, they also, once they get any kind of pushback, they flip it to, well, everybody hates us anyway, so why do we even try? And so they go back and forth between that too. Also being in the Middle East, we have to be the big bully so nobody will ever bully us.
It's a
And then
bitch
at the
like
same time
mentality.
being the biggest victim, and that everybody hates us and everybody's attacking us, so all we have to defend ourselves. So it's kind of this schizophrenic kind of thinking. I'm strong
Marcus,
and
it's
I'm
not
weak
even.
and I'm the victim and I'm popular, but I don't care about being popular. And it
You
and
know
they
what?
said that that's the whole Israeli society thinks like that.
I won't even insult the people who are suffering from schizophrenia by attributing their behavior to schizophrenia. It's just bitch behavior. It's those people who want to do shit in class and then tell the teacher that somebody, they'll throw something at you, hit them, and then you'll be getting ready to go give them the business. Then they'll tell the teacher, like, hey, look, Chris is threatening me. And the teacher sees me all upset, face all no worked up, and then they're like, oh, here you are, you must have an anger problem, you must have issues, but you didn't see what this person did. I'm actually just trying to get my get back, if you will, on this person over here, but you didn't see that. And because you see how I'm presenting myself in the moment, you won't even listen to me because you just think I'm enraged and not actually being very clear about what the issue was. But that's really what it is. It's a bitch ass mentality that they have because they talk real tough and then they go hide behind authority. Please protect me from these people. And they don't
Mhm.
understand that is also part of the reason why a lot of people who were not necessarily paying attention to them last year before, 2 years ago, why now they're going through it and they're like, ooh, I really don't know. I really don't know if I like you guys too much. Based on everything I'm seeing, like your attitude is really fucked up. The hubris of it all is just. I don't know how you act big, bad, and tough, but you really at the same time.
Yeah.
Again, that part is annoying because you want to punch somebody like that in the face, but if you hiding behind teachers and principals and security guards and the rest of it, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't get touched. But bully the bully then got caught. I hated bullies, Thomas. I hated bullies. I didn't care, man. I would fight. I would look for the bullies. I would fight them. I didn't care. I was never scared. And yeah, I really did not care.
Well, here's the thing. I bullied the bully too, but in a different way. Because in school, believe it or not, I was actually very quiet until probably like close to my senior year. And I loosened up a little bit around, I mean, outside, if I didn't know you, I hardly even said a word around you. It took basically for me to like my senior year or going into the Navy before I finally like started loosening up. So they would try to bully me because they thought I was this quiet, scared kid. And so I end up bullying those people who tried to bully me. Not really bully, just beat the hell out of them real quick and then, was done with it. But
To
that happened a lot.
and to Oz's point about being passive aggressive, that is a weapon. That is one of that. That's like if you're into Batman, one of his first tools he goes to use is the batarang. That's probably their batarang, like being passive. If that makes sense, Marcus, do you get that?
Oh, it makes perfect sense. I'm a
Mm-hmm.
Batman guy. I grew up with Batman being my number one go-to.
Okay, so the first thing he gonna do before he pull out the smoke or anything like that, he gonna throw that batarang at your ass to see if he can bust you upside the head one good time.
Mm-hmm. And it was for repeat use.
Correct.
It's gonna hit you and come right back. And especially how it was on the games. But
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I can't watch the Adam West Batman because it was before my time. So it was like I'd already saw like Batman looking a little cooler, and Adam West just looks so out of shape. Just
When you
big,
go back,
tall, no muscle. It's like, it was
when
rough
I
for me.
used to watch that on what channel was that? That used to come on. It was 19 in New York. What used to come on the 700 Club? Was that TBS? But what was the channel?
TBN.
It might have been TBS, but I used to watch that Batman too, where they used to be like bang, pow, zap.
I watched a little bit of it come on before the 700 Club
Yeah,
and
right
Pat
before the
Roberts.
700 Club. Yeah. Right before the 700 Club. I used to watch that shit all the time. WPIX was channel 11 in New York, and WNYW, that was channel 5. Yep, before it became Fox. Yeah, so
Man,
I
I
know
need
my
to go
New York.
recruit. I need to recruit some people from
Alex,
the
I know
Midwest to
my
watch the
channels,
show.
Alex. That WWOR, that was channel 9. UPN. Come on, Alex, I know my shit.
I got to recruit some Midwest people up in here, man. Feeling outnumbered, feeling insecure right now. I got like one. Where you at, Ladarius? But no, really, I do. You're right about that. How and we'll come back to more stories because I didn't want to go into the whole Israel stuff yet. That's a little teaser. We're gonna come back to it. We're gonna come back
Yeah.
around. But Archer says UPN was 13 in SoCal.
Yeah,
Ours was
Marcus,
29 in KC.
did you ever leave the TV on and then like wake up to the 700 Club and just like listen to it for a few seconds? I would almost every single time be like, "What the fuck is this old white dude talking about?" I
Yo,
had no clue, and I didn't care to find out.
Hey, what we used to do, this man, I wonder if man, if Ladarius watches this later, tell me if you remember when we used to do this. We used to put on like, and we're talking about the tape, like the Brat, and we would turn down the volume on like Joyce Myers and like
Oh
try to
God.
sync it up and make the pastors rap. Yeah, that's what we was doing.
God. Yo, you just wake up to that and it would be like, yo, you know what? I'd much rather wake up to Skinemax than that because this is just
You was leaving on
ridiculous.
the wrong channel. That's your problem.
Yeah, at least Skinemax was comedy, right? Even though you woke up hearing the sounds, it was pure comedy though.
Like or HBO had what was it like those ones like the ski club, ski school, and stuff like that.
Or Dream On. Do you remember Dream On?
Mm-hmm.
All those like weird. Yo, now that I'm a little bit older and I think back about some of the programs that was on like after 11 p.m. on these channels, yo, it's straight degenerate shit. Straight
Not
form.
all of them on network channels. It wasn't too bad, but
But most
well, not exact. Well, even on those, because I remember as it started hitting the late '90s, you start getting what was it called? What was that shit called? That they have they would travel around. They had the buses and the videos. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, my '90s heads. Y'all know that they had the videotapes, and it'd be all the college girls on spring break.
Girls Gone Wild.
Yes. They would have them Girls Gone Wild commercials in the middle of the night.
Oh, Thomas asked, what the hell is Skinemax? That's what we used to call
Called
Cinemax
Cinemax.
after 10
Yeah.
o'clock. After 10, if you let's just say you put a movie on Cinemax at like 9 o'clock. Let's just say it was Terminator 2, something harmless, right? Something that's like not too crazy, right? Or True Lies, let's just say. You'd be watching True Lies, Arnold Schwarzenegger. That finishes, you fell asleep. When you wake up at 12:07 a.m., you'd be like, yo, what the fuck is this? Yo, you'd be like, yo, like, this is taking me on to discuss a problem with the Neuralink. Oh, okay, Oz, we'll get you. But no, that's
Yeah,
the sound.
we'll definitely. In fact, Oz, just remind us. Probably not next week, but probably the week after. Because next week we might have a special guest. Gotta descramble those channels back in the day. And then well,
All
I
right, Oz.
remember, and what we used to, what I used to fall asleep and wake up to, my grandma would have the news on, because the news would be what 10 o'clock news, and
On
right
the
after
regular
that,
channels. On the
right after
regular.
on the regular channels,
Yes.
and what would come on after that, because like we had cable, and then for a while we was living back with my grandparents, and we have cable for a minute, and MASH would come on.
Oh God, yes. I can
Yeah,
almost hear the
MASH would
theme
come
song.
on, or like Mama's Family.
Oh yes. Yeah, oh God, yes. Yes. I remember her annoying ass voice, yo. And I almost have the MASH like theme song somewhere in one of these compartments in here. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I know that shit.
Ah, yes.
Dude, I've probably seen probably 75% of the MASH episodes.
God. Yeah, no, MASH was
Because
boring
I'd
as
be
heck.
creeping up like a little burglar about to turn, because we had a little tick, tick, tick. And so I'm about to turn, and they're like, leave that TV alone.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. It was the same thing with the Royals when I got tired of watching them get blown out all the time. My grandpa better not turn that TV.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I guess we're watching the Royals lose 8-1.
Hmm.
All right.
You know, we would fall asleep, and then either myself or my brother would wake up, and we'd wake the other one up, like, yo, we gonna get in trouble. like mom and dad can hear this shit. And then, you know, we'd go into their room just to look, they'd be knocked out. Like, thank God they couldn't hear. Because, you know, we thinking we gonna get in trouble as if we were the ones actually putting that shit on, but we weren't. You know what I'm saying?
And then also you would have the like the too hot for TV Jerry Springer come on and be all blurred out.
Oh yeah, you know, I remember the porn channel used to be like it would be scrambled, but every time you change the channel, it would give you like a split second of clarity. Oh my God, these hornball friends of mine. I love y'all dudes, but y'all was some horny ass dudes back in the day. My goodness. They would come to the crib and hit the channel and watch that shit and be like, "Ooh, I saw a nipple." I'm like, yo, y'all gotta relax. I'm telling you, when we got free cable and we had all the porn channels, like the hardcore shit. Oh my God, these son, they would not want to leave my crib. We'd be like, dog. Me and my brother would be looking at them like, y'all some thirsty niggas.
Turin over there on Rockfin says the Royals, the Yankees were that bad in the 80s.
Yes, the Yankees won, I believe, in '81, and then throughout the rest of the '80s, I don't think they won it. Not think they didn't win again.
Believe it, yes, because believe it or not, that was our first World Series we won versus the Yankees in like '85. That was in the George Brett years when Hal McRae was managing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, I remember that.
Oh, Alex is throwing shots. The Mets rocked in the 80s.
They did. They won 86. They won 86. The cocaine cowboys of Queens, if you will. Because all of them was on cocaine. Darryl Strawberry, Dwight Gooden, all them dudes.
Let's see. Let's hop over to I probably should have brought this story up right after that. Pull up the Instagram one.
Oh Lord.
Did you see this one?
Everybody's at friends. Dingo says coked up Daryl was the best. Yes, we know coked up Daryl and Doc Gooden. Jesus.
Did you see that Instagram story already?
I'm pulling it up right now.
See, Lady Alex, you see the fun we have over. We talk about the real stories, but we throw in a little bit of fun and nostalgia. It's in the show research.
Yeah, it was. Is that from today or from?
It was Wednesday. Oh, it's under the Max Blumenthal one.
Yeah, I think this is it. Is it Vitali Space Jam? The dude trying to meet up with the
yeah, that dude. Yeah. Because for people who don't, I'll go into a dude's resume afterwards.
I met Hernandez in JFK, Alex, many moons ago.
Daughter. You know how old she is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
You have no idea.
That's the only thing I don't like about Instagram. They don't let you take control of the video. I hate that.
Yeah, shit. I wish it was where you could pause it and stop it or slow it down or back it up.
Okay, so we'll just give people a little bit of a background. You know, they have all these people on the internet who now set up dummy accounts and they try to catch pedophiles. And, you know, they'll pretend that they're a 13 or 14-year-old girl or boy, and they'll engage with a man, someone who they think at least is a man who is looking for children. And obviously the quote unquote children, they're not children on the other side of this account. They are men who are trying to catch these predators in the act. And this, I believe, is like midway through this muscle-bound hero. I use that very lightly. I'm being sarcastic. Approaching this, what looks to be He probably looks like he's in his 60s, but I'm gonna play it from now.
70s actually.
70s.
No,
The fuck you thought was gonna happen here?
nothing. We're gonna have a pizza. I don't know.
Pizza. Yeah, you don't know. How old is she?
Brad.
You know how old she is?
I messed with her. She was 23.
23. Is that what the conversation looked like?
You know the text messages? She was 23 on a
23.
dating site.
On a dating site.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, she was 23. On
How old is she?
site. I have no idea.
Lila, how old are you?
I'm sorry. She was 23 on a dating site. All we've done is
So
talk.
she didn't tell you how old she was?
She did.
She did.
Yeah.
How old is she?
She said she was 15.
How did she tell you how old she actually is?
She said she's
15.
15.
She said she's 15. Why are you here? Why are you sitting here?
I'm just having a
With a fucking 15-year-old?
pizza.
Piece of pizza with a fucking 15-year-old.
It's not against.
You think
the
that's
law.
okay?
I think it's not against the law.
It's not against the law.
No.
Is that all you spoke about to her?
We've just been talking.
Really?
Yeah, we've been talking and flirting. It's not a big deal.
Where are you going?
Talking and
For
flirting.
the pizza, I'm going to go.
Okay, have a seat. Have a seat.
Why?
I'll sit with you. I'll eat pizza with you. We're just having pizza, right? Sit right here.
Sorry.
Sit right here. Where? I don't know. Whoa, excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
You said you wanted a kiss, touch, and lick, whatever?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's just weird. I don't understand what people
So you're a
say.
pedophile trying to meet a 15-year-old. Oh shit! I'm sorry, it's not a boy, it's a girl.
Whoa.
Yeah, you are.
We need to hear audio. We need to hear audio.
The way he chewing that gum, oh, he's so nervous. The way he chewing that gum.
And you can stop it there because basically they
Let's go.
just kind of hound him.
Let's go.
They hound him up to
Yeah, yeah, I'm
like
gonna say.
his residence.
They didn't arrest him?
Well, they're staying there for the police to show up. And I feel like that's all you have to do. You don't have to like try to scare the crap out of this old man. Granted, he's gonna get what he deserves, you know, and put him on blast, keep the camera in his face, but you don't have to, you know, try to intimidate and scare this man to death like you're about to beat the hell out of him. That's going a little too far. For those who don't know who this man is, his name is Herschel Weingrod, and he is one of the producers for Space Jam. That's one of the people. That's the movie they put out. But there's so many more movies he did. This guy's a big time executive producer for a lot of stuff. I'll name off a couple of his hits: Space Jam, Kindergarten Cop, Trading Places, My Stepmother is an Alien, Brewster's Millions, Twins, Kindergarten Cop 2, Falling Down. Let's see, and he had a couple more, but that's just a couple of the big name things that he's been involved in. And so it makes me wonder if this is one of those kind of, because I definitely don't think Harvey Weinstein was alone in what he was doing. It makes me wonder if this guy was doing some of those same kind of things when he was more involved in the day-to-day with these different productions. So I mean, it's good to catch, you know, one of these people who were trying to take advantage of underage girls. I think it's even better when you catch one of these elite creeps who probably has wielded power and gotten away with doing this for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. I bet, you know, that guy has probably been doing that for quite some time, even prior to
Longer than we've been born, probably.
Correct. Much longer than the internet has existed. This is his MO. That's why he felt so comfortable there. You know, unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong person. He picked the wrong person to try this with, because clearly he was being set up. Okay, Alex, enjoy your work.
Alex, much love to you. Thank you for joining us. And hey, anytime, make sure to come hang out. One of these times we'll have you on the show, because I do know you not afraid to hop in front of the camera. So I think we have had you on. I think I've been on camera with you for something once before, maybe on a different program, but we'll definitely love to get you on here one of these times. But thanks for swinging by.
Yeah, bro. These dudes, there's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with a lot of these people. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous that they would do that. I mean, these are the same people that go from working cops who abuse their badge and use that to abuse women, boys, men, what have you, sexually. When they retire, they end up doing shit like this. So it's a lifestyle. It's not a it's not a one-time mistake. It's a lifestyle for that particular group of people. That's like
Mm-hmm.
that teacher. That reminds me of the teacher who got his hair taken out. That's blowing up on Black Twitter. Did you see that story,
No, we
Marcus?
just I talked about it with you earlier, but that's it. Oh yeah, by the way, while he's pulling that up,
Yeah.
the new hat. I don't think y'all even understand what this hat is. Why it's so significant, and so cool. It's a KC Monarchs hat. Show some respect. What you know about the Monarchs, Chris?
The monarchs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is a monarch, or is that you're
The
talking
team,
about?
the
Oh,
KC Monarchs.
is that the soccer team?
Negro Leagues. Ah, my man. There we go. My man knows Satchel Paige.
Oh, that's who Satchel Paige played for. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I found it. Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Satchel Paige.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this.
And a good handful of other well-known Negro League players. Some of them who eventually moved on to the major leagues.
Tell me what you think about this, y'all, and Marcus.
Let's go ahead and stir the pot a little, shall we? Last Friday, 10 minutes before dismissal time, I decided to live stream my students helping me take my hair out. There was quite the discourse in the chat, which had people saying this was inappropriate and other people saying this was completely fine. There was nothing wrong with what I was doing, and people were just making it weird. So, of course, I had to bring this issue to the big stage. I would like to represent myself in this case, Your Honor, if I may. Number one, for a little context, I had a hair appointment immediately after school, and I needed my hair taken out beforehand. I would have taken it out the night before, but that Friday we had a camera crew coming in to shoot a promotional video, and I was one of the ones being interviewed. So I had to look presentable, so I didn't take my hair out. I didn't have the time to do it all myself because it would have taken me forever. So naturally, I asked about 4 or 5 of my over 100 best friends to assist me in taking my hair out, and they all agreed. Number two, this was at the end of class. This week we were.
Did you already hear the flaming big red flag going off? Did you hear what he just said? Did anybody catch that? I'm gonna
Yeah,
rewind it
you're
a little.
calling. Oh, I won't spoil it. Y'all going.
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit to see if people catch it.
So naturally, I asked about 4 or 5 of my over 100 best friends to assist me in taking my hair out, and they all agreed. Number two, this was at the end of class. This week we were doing STEM fair presentations. Since it was Friday and all of my students did an excellent job on their STEM fair projects and presentations, I told them if we get one solid presentation in this class, I'll end class a little early and they can have fun, play basketball, darts, or be on their phones or whatever. And during that time, my team would help me take my hair out. A couple of these were students from my class, but others were students from other classes. I would all of them a pass at the beginning of the class period, requesting their assistance 10 minutes before dismissal. I told the teachers only send them if all of their work was completed and they had good behavior. They all met the criteria, so 10 minutes before dismissal, they showed up for their job. My next point I like to make is if I was a female teacher, those people wouldn't be in the comments saying, oh, this is weird, this is inappropriate. Because me personally, I don't think there's anything weird about this. People are saying, oh, that's too intimate. To me, it's literally just hair. It doesn't have to be weird. Some people have never had cool teachers, and it shows. I personally believe that building authentic relationships with students is paramount in being an effective teacher. I make sure my students know and can feel that I care about them beyond the schoolwork and all the stuff that I have to make them do. I take the time to get to know my students outside of academics because caring for the whole child is what's important. Some of these students have been with me since I was a substitute 4 years ago. They see me as a big brother or a father figure, as some of them say. And me, I don't want kids of my own, so all of these kids are literally my children. And in case you're
Okay, I'm gonna just end that one right there. So this video, Marcus, and the aftermath is doing numbers. It's going viral on Black Twitter, right? They are discussing it, discussing it every which way you can. I think the consensus from most men, most black men, is that this is weird behavior and that we should not be allowing this in our classrooms. What say you?
As somebody who's actually been in the classroom setting, teacher, student, I mean, at best, it's extremely unprofessional. At best, it's extremely unprofessional. At worst, somebody could say it almost seems as if like you're grooming these young girls and you're blurring lines of teacher-student relationship that can lead you into some very dangerous situations. I've seen teachers get walked out for inappropriate behavior that look like they might be doing things with students that they should not be doing. Also, another thing is, if you shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff on the clock anyway. That's another issue. That's a red flag. But what happens if I just look at it like this? What do you, for girls who have overprotective fathers, or I don't even want to say overprotective, maybe if that's the right amount of protection, how would you feel if you had a daughter and you see her playing in some random grown man's hair?
So that's exactly the question I was going to say, or what I was going to use is that if I had a daughter and I walked into class to go get my daughter and I see that she's taking her teacher's hair out, I'm going to have a problem right then and there. I'm going to say something right then and there in that moment. I'm about to go tell, first of all, the first person I'm going off on is my daughter, right? Because you should know better than to get yourself involved in this kind of shit. I don't care what your friends are doing. You shouldn't be participating in this kind of bullshit, number one. Number two, teacher, first of all, something's up with this dude, and I'm just come out and say it, and nobody take offense to it, but homeboy seemed like he's gay, right? I didn't say there's anything wrong with that, but
honestly, it would be better if he was gay. You could spin that a little. If he's straight, then that's even worse.
That don't necessarily mean that he wouldn't abuse anybody, right? Just because that he has an attraction to men. That doesn't seem anything. But only reason why I say that is because there's another video that I'm thinking about playing, the aftermath, because that teacher was fired for doing this. And he posted
if I'm the administrator, you're going to get fired behind that.
Correct. He got fired. And then he posted a video where he's like, "Oh, my friends, my besties are texting me."
What are they doing with your number?
Okay, so do you
what is a student doing with the teacher's number? You didn't want you've broken the barriers of teacher student. There should be a certain lines drawn. And I get if you're over here, Jasmine, Jill, Rebecca, hey, you're doing great on your homework, or you might have talked with them after class on things that they've struggled with in the classroom, or even a situation like my parents are going through a divorce, because as a teacher, you do have a certain degree of being like a mentor and maybe even a little bit of a counselor. But when you start sharing your personal information, now things are getting out of whack in a way that they should not get.
And of course, it's a whole lack of accepting responsibility. The whole thing with him is it wasn't that bad. The fucking whining shit. I can't stand from grown ass men. Dog, You're a teacher and educator. It's not educating your students by having them take your hair out because you have an appointment at 6 o'clock the day on after school lets out. Those students had no business being that close to you, touching you, and doing your hair. They had no business doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the administration feels that you were in violation, or if enough parents saw this shit online, and then look how fucking starved for attention these people are. There's something wrong with them that you live stream this on Instagram so people could watch you. The attention seeking behavior is also what makes it problematic as well. So all across the board, this dude just made everyone.
Yeah, Turin on Rockfin says creep. Shout out to Laura. Good to see you over there. But
Same
yes,
here.
creep.
And I'm just saying, this is how these relationships starts. Whenever we start to hear these stories about how so-and-so ended up doing stuff to a student, and you're like, how? It's like this.
This is how it starts, definitely.
Starts. Oh, I took out his hair in school. Oh, teacher called me back and he said that a lot of some of the girls are gonna go over and help do his hair. So can I go? You get there and you're the only girl there, right? It's these type of situations that lead to the abuse. And
this is the same as the Drake situation. I mean, think about it. Drake is, he's cool with these underage girls. Then all of a sudden, once they hit 18, 19, now he's going out to dinner with them.
Correct. It seems like you're just
he's making songs talking about maybe we should have waited, but you seem like you were ready and all this stuff like that.
And Marcus, not for nothing, but that dude is a grown-ass man. You telling me, dog, you don't have a woman to take your hair out for you the day before you have something important to do, that you're going to wait for your students to have to do this?
And why are you doing it the day before? Time management. Why didn't you do this a couple of days ago if you knew you had this thing coming up?
He didn't have shit to do, dog. He just wanted them little girls in his proximity so he could shoot a video to make it seem like he's really, he's just really this goody two-shoes.
Or here's another thing. Here's another scenario. Let's say, for instance, let's give him the every benefit of the doubt that none of this was done maliciously, that it was just as he said it was. What happens if one of those girls look at it differently and they start copping feelings for that teacher? Because that definitely does happen, where girls get crushes and stuff like that on their teachers. And now she has your number. What happens if she decides to send a picture to you that's a little inappropriate?
Thank you.
And then when you and let's say it comes into you, your boys are sitting there, or even let's say it's mixed company, and you didn't have time to delete the picture. You just close your phone, and your phone pops open, and somebody sees a picture of a half naked or naked one of your students in your phone. What do you think they're going to think? Do you think that they're going to think, oh, well, they just randomly sent this to me, I have no clue why, or that something was going on that you led them to feel comfortable enough to do this?
Correct. And again, you're a man. That's another thing that really seems, he alluded to the point that, if this was a woman, it wouldn't have been a big deal. If this was a woman, I still would have said, why the fuck are you wasting students' time with them taking your hair out when half these fucking kids can't read on grade level, and you're just passing them along because you need the funding for the school to stay operational, that you're not really teaching these kids shit. And we already know that Black kids are already at a disadvantage in education overall. So instead of continuing to teach these kids with the few minutes you have left in class, you want to give them fucking playtime, and you want them to play in your fucking hair. Something's wrong with dude. And any other teacher who would do that, and I've seen there's videos of women having their their students do this. To all of them, you're all weirdos and something is wrong with you and you don't belong in the teaching profession. If you're teaching these women how to professionally do hair and you're the dummy that they, I don't mean dummy, but you're the crash test dummy that they're working on. That's one thing if they in school for that, but they're not in school for that.
This ain't cosmetology school.
This ain't cosmetology. Thank you. This is general education. You should be teaching these girls something to be that they'll need going forward. Their mama, their auntie, their grandma can teach them how to braid or take some braids out of somebody's head. You don't need to be doing that for a teacher. Okay.
And it especially makes me frustrated, being, kind of in that same field. Well, I'm not working as a teacher now, but what I'm saying is another thing about it is I know how hard it is for them to get black teachers, especially young male black teachers. It's already hard enough. And so there's already a stigma that's attached to you for being a black male. There's and whether it's fair or not, that there are double standards and you are expected to perform at a much higher level. Why get so comfortable and so slack to do stupid shit like this? I don't get it. You gotta go. I feel every day I always gotta perform double what's demanded of other people. And I don't know, maybe it's a generational thing. Maybe he's a little younger, he don't get it. But I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's really bad. You know what I'm saying? And it's just he's so look. It just pissed me off at how fucking soft and sorry we are. Marcus, peep this. I played a few seconds of this. Listen.
Mm-hmm.
During this time, hey Bessie, really hope that you see this message. How are you? I hope that you're okay. Our class misses you so much, and we really want you to know that we love you and we miss you so much. We can't wait for you to come back. I can't believe that taking somebody's hair out is such a big deal, and it makes me so mad that people make little things big things. I want you to know that the class and others got your back, and we will always stand behind you and up for you no matter what happens. We got you. Again, we miss you and we love you so much. And can't wait for you to come back. It feels like we're losing you. Come back soon. Don't be gone too long, because if you're not back by Monday, I know something's up. But anyways, I also made sure that the classroom was clean before we left. Love you, missed you. Love you, miss you. See you later.
Go back a little bit if you can.
Hi, Mr. White. We've been seeing all this stuff going on, and can't wait for you to come back. I wish that this never happened because it feels like we're losing you. Come back soon. Don't be gone too long, because if you're not back by Monday, I know something's up. But anyways, I also made sure that the classroom was clean before we left.
Was that a male hand or a female hand?
Love you, miss you. See you later.
I think it was a female hand. So obviously you do have somebody who probably could have helped you.
Marcus, I was trying to figure out what that hand was. But again, as a man, this the type of energy you have. You're reading text messages from the students on camera so you could cry on demand in the camera with your septum ring. I'm telling you something funny with this dude, and we're going to find out. We're going to hear, not that we'll follow up with this guy or anything like that, but we'll see him being celebrated in different spaces and shit like that. We'll see it. We will see it. Once I saw the tie-dye Led Zeppelin, you're a black dude, to me, I'm not dissing Led Zeppelin or anything. I'm just saying the whole get up, the way his hair is even there. These are all signs, bro. These are all signs. They're all signs. He not even like masculine crying like, damn, dog, you know, it fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was really messing with these kids, bro. Man, nah. He over there like he trying to get he's trying to get an Oscar or some kind of acting award. I don't know. What do you call a Tony Award or some shit? That's what he seemed like he was doing. But again, I brought this up only because on the Black Twitter spaces, you know, this was really, really blowing up, and a lot of people felt torn by this. And I did want to say that most of the men was like, nah, we ain't got time for this bullshit. And, you know, my Black women out there, I don't know how many are in the audience or how many will catch this program. I don't mean to offend all Black women, clearly, but the Black women in the community who have been co-signing this soft shit every time they've seen a little boy in heels or doing something feminine, and oh girl, he's so cute. Oh, look at my baby, he's cute. Hey girl, and all that shit. This fast forward time, and these are the sons that y'all gave birth to. That's the behavior of those kids. If you're unable to tie the line between it, then you're blind on purpose, right? This is what hyping all that cute shit up when they're 4 years old in your heels, and you saying leave them, and men are like, nah, get out of that shit. You don't need to be wearing that shit. There's a reason why men do say certain things. You know what I mean? There's a reason for it. It's not all, oh, he's just a dumb man. No, there's a reason for it. Because a dude like that, he would not be able to survive outside without his grandma, his auntie, or somebody protecting him. You understand what I'm saying? That's why we try to tell our sons, our nephews, and other dudes around how to act, how to behave, how to carry yourself. Because so you don't end up on TV looking like that. So you don't have a bunch of girls sitting around you taking your hair out instead of sitting between a grown woman's legs and having her take your shit out. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's bad. You know, all that behavior, all of the supporting of that behavior when these boys are young, it just comes back to bite a lot of people in the ass. So again, I would tell my sisters, aunties, cousins, and the rest of y'all, stop co-signing that shit. Nobody said you have to be mean to people, but you do not need to co-sign certain behaviors.
Yeah. Let's say, and shout out to Lori. I said Lori, yeah. Laura, much appreciation for the hooking us up with a nice little rock fin tip over there. What else? What else did I guess, oh shoot, we're getting long in time, so probably need to get to some of our main stories. We'll save we'll save your boy the Indian Jimmy Neutron for last. That way we can end on a funny note. But I guess we can go ahead and hit this Neuralink story and get this one out of the way.
Yeah,
get that one, because we'll just touch on that quick. It's not a lot to say on it. I know Oz says he wants to come and talk about it, and we'll let him hop on and talk about it for a little bit. But I wanted to talk about this because from the moment that I heard about the human trials, I was waiting on this to happen. Just didn't know how long it would take and who it would be on.
You know, the thing about it is, because I did see some of that earlier this week. Some of the trials, well, they were saying that the Neuralink is causing issues with people that they're putting it in. Marcus, you have the video on there, right?
No, it's a story.
And that's, I mean, story. It's in the chat, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let me pull that up.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Where's my thing? Netanyahu Chinese drone. Neuralink, yes. Here we go.
That's good on you, Thomas. I appreciate you for that.
Why? What did Thomas say? I have the screen off.
It says, once I saw my young nephew playing with dolls and his many sisters, I took him out fishing. taught him how to plant and play basketball. His mother is single. He needed a male figure in his life. And that's honestly what it is a lot of times, where these lines get blurred because they don't have that positive male figure in their lives and they need that.
Well, the other, in addition to that, the girls, depending on the age and depending on how they were raised and what their worldview is, you'll have some girls who would be like, nah, you're not supposed to be doing that. You gotta, be this way. But then you'll have other girls who will, like, oh, again, like I said, be like, oh, that's so cute. Let's do this. Why don't we paint your nails? Why don't we do your hair, put barrettes in your hair and let you put on the Frozen dress? No. Because then women, when they grow up and they're single and they're at a certain age, what's the first thing they saying? I can't find no man. Ain't no real men. All these men are this. All these men are that. Well, raised by a lot of single women who veered them into being more on a feminine side of things, right? And women don't like that. You know what I'm saying? What does Senora say? So if I have a feminine son, no, we're not saying. You see, that's the thing, right? Is people have to stop being so sensitive about topics like this. There are men who like men and media. What do you say? I'm feminist, so I guess I'm canceled. Do paint my nails. I guess
you're not canceled. Everybody has their own viewpoints. We don't cancel anybody.
We're not saying that, but there is clearly, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? If that community decides to say, oh, all you straight men are this, and that. So the moment, and some of the criticism is valid, right? About, let's just say men, right? The moment you start making comments about, look at it. Oh, now here comes the ultra sensitivity. This is what I be talking about. Why the need to be so sensitive about everything? For what? Clearly, there are many different people in this world. It's okay if whatever path people want to choose, cool. However, it's not okay for all men to be feminine. We're not built like that. There is something wrong if you got 10 men and 9 of them act like RuPaul and shit, you have a problem on a number of ways. Right? First of all, the women I'm attracted to who are attracted to me, they would not like it if I showed up with my nails painted and I was like, hey girl, they would not like that. They're not into that. Right? What's the problem in saying that there needs to be some masculine men? I didn't go to the point of saying that people should be hurt, violence on them or anything like that. I'm just saying there's different lanes and, there's different spaces. We need some tough niggas out here, to be quite honest. We do need some tough men out here. To pretend that we don't is, because, whatever. I don't even want to get too much into the weeds on this. We're going into the Neuralink, but I'm just saying, before you get so sensitive about things, I'm just saying, we're needed for some things.
Well, and I'll say to kind of finish the transition a little smoother. I'll say there are going to be some issues that. And just like all content creators, you're not going to love everything they say. You're not going to agree with everything they say.
Facts.
People are going to live their life, and I don't have a problem with people living their life. And like we've said many times, people who are part of the LGBTQ community, I'm not going to dare let somebody go out there and physically harm you or restrict your rights to your life and liberty in pursuit of your level of happiness. But at the same time, if you are a heterosexual male, I do think it's a problem if you don't push to be on more of the masculine side, because if we feel like women are precious and need to be protected, and there are predators out here, then how are you able to stand up and defend her? How are you able to stand up and defend your children in the time in case where you may need to do that. I look at that. We're about to face going into a much harder world coming up. And it's not going to be this comfortable society that we're in right now. And when things get dog eat dog, you're going to need to have that tougher spine to be able to stand up and do what the hell you need to protect yourself and to protect your loved ones. And sensitivity is good in many different ways, but you also need to be able to balance that out with having a little bit of a backbone too. Now, if I was that teacher or whatever, yeah, I'd be a little bit sad and I'm not around the students anymore. But one thing I'm not about to do is get on camera and start boo-hooing and crying and wanting self-pity. That is not what's going to happen. So have a little bit of strength in yourself to, if it hurts, like plenty of people have, family members die, breakups, all that stuff like that. And real men do cry. That does happen. But the fact of getting yourself online to be the victim, to plead for sympathy, that is my issue with what he's doing more than anything else.
Correct.
You can deal with the pain you're dealing, but to bring everybody in so that you be the victim for everybody, that is the problem. But
it's the woe is me. I'm a victim. Feel bad for me. It's that victim mentality that I can't fucking stand. Look, I'm gonna be cool, I'm gonna be calm, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying, dog, I'm not putting anybody over anybody. I'm just saying that, we are different and we all have our own opinions. Stop being sensitive over my opinions. I'm not sensitive over yours. I think it's weird. You can think mine is weird, but I'm not trying to, I'm not advocating for violence against anybody. I'm not advocating for anybody to be mistreated, to be chased from their home or chased from their job or anything like that. I'm just saying, stop coming at us certain ways. Because again, when we buck up and start raising our voice, all of a sudden you can't handle it, right? So,
I would say, there are some people who lean to the left. There is at least a handful that still do believe in some traditional values. It doesn't have to be right wing to believe in some traditional values. Not saying that we hating on you or however you believe, but do we have to adopt every single ultra liberal kind of mentality point? Do I have to throw my faith out the window and be secular to be on the left? I hope not. But that's how it seems that's how a lot of people have become these days. But on to Neuralink.
See, that's what I'm saying. So Jared says, I don't know that he's even feminine. Severe depression.
Yeah, he is.
He's extremely feminine. When you are around a bunch of men, a feminine man. Feminine. When you see one. That's the other thing. Like, we know.
One of the key things he said in there that's obviously he's feminine is he said besties. I don't know no damn.
Thank you.
None of my boys is calling anybody besties.
He's a teacher.
It was a lot of things that show that he had a little bit of feminine side. And I don't know if that's because he grew up mostly around a bunch of women, or if he might be a little on the homosexual side. I don't know what that is, but that's definitely more feminine.
He said, I called over 100. You're a teacher. He said, I called on some of my over 100 besties. No man talk like that. Okay, if you're unclear, no man talks like that. Who is not whatever. But no, we don't talk like that. We don't say, oh, my besties. If we're saying shit like that, it's in jest. It's a joke. We're being sarcastic. But I don't, when I talk to Marcus on the phone, I don't say, hey, bestie, what's good? No, we don't do that.
There we go. And that's where to go. Didn't say that makes you not a man.
Yeah.
Didn't say that makes you not a man.
But thank you. Here goes.
Well, then we getting down into litigating the whole man versus woman and what is a woman and all. I'm not trying to go down that route tonight.
No, we're not trying to
we
go
can
that
do that on another thing. As far as I understand it, you are still a male. You just be a male with feminine tendencies. That still makes you're still a man. Gay men are still men.
Correct.
But yes, now let's finally get to this story because we got plenty of topics to talk about.
So anyway, the Neuralink has been out for a couple months. I think it was a few months ago that it was first installed into I think the guy was a quadriplegic, I believe. Correct. I don't know his name, but I know that he was the first person. He was the first person to be inserted with the Neuralink, which is obviously tied in with Elon Musk's company. Is there a video for this, Marcus, or is it just the New York Post article?
That's just that's the Post article. That's what it is.
And this story is from May 9th, 2 days ago.
Yeah. So it's very, very recent. I mean, I think the guy had the surgery, only 2 months ago or so?
It didn't change on the screen, huh?
Oh no, it probably when you clicked it probably still showing that link. You probably got to switch over to the other link.
Gotcha. Did it? Yeah. Did it work?
There we go. Yeah. Elon Musk's brain chip startup Neuralink suffered an unexpected there we go. Elon Musk's Neuralink chip suffers unexpected setback in first in-human brain implant. The very first one, you already suffered a problem, and I don't even think it was that long ago that it was inserted. Okay, there. Okay.
Hold on, Marcus. The browser is just moving real crazy. Hold on.
I see.
The browser's moving on its own because the page is loading a bunch of shit. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 1 second. Hold on. Let's see here. Come on, man. Stop playing with us. Okay, there we go. Yo, all these things they be doing on these shitty sites, it always takes forever to load, and there's always a bunch of embedded videos and shit of things that you don't want to hear about or know about. And I've already clicked X on this video. I don't want to click it again because I feel like it's not even the X. All right, there we go.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Elon Musk's brain chip startup Neuralink suffered an unexpected problem in his first ever human implant as the device began to detach from the patient's skull. Oh, Lord. Reducing the amount of data it could capture. Man, that sounds so bad. Releasing the capture. No. The company revealed Wednesday Neuralink's brain-computer interface, known as BCI, was implanted into 29-year-old patient Nolan Arbaugh's brain in January. The chip is designed to help patients with paralysis control external technology using only their mind. And Arbaugh, who is paralyzed from the shoulders down due to a driving accident 8 years ago, is participating in Neuralink's 6-year trial to test something. Yeah, Neuralink is taking control over. Neuralink is taking control over the links.
Yeah, it is. It is.
To test the device safety. Right, that's what it was saying. So in this push to test the device safety, it actually unplugged and tested his safety. So it's kind of fitting that, being a human guinea pig is kind of going off the rails already. So I guess I'll reread that last part. is participating in Neuralink's 6-year trial to test the device safety. But that, I mean,
look where it goes in your brain, though.
Yeah. And so basically what we're saying is that part right there. Yeah, because remember how it was, they actually cut a hole into the head and implanted in so it connects straight to the brain tissue inside.
You see, out of all the shows and everything that people watched, it was the feed that really was the one that we should have been paying attention to, the one that got us shut down because we had showed a clip of it. I hate the Post website, to be quite honest.
Yeah, because of all the pop-ups.
You see, it keeps cutting off every time I move it.
Well, I guess, I mean, we can just click out of it. I just kind of wanted to bring attention to that story as a whole.
Yeah.
This thing is definitely not safe, and I don't know why anybody's taking their risks with Elon. I mean, have we not seen what he's done with Twitter? Have we not seen what's going on with the Cybertruck? Why would you trust this man's
Marcus? It says
why would you trust anything this man is involved in?
Listen to this. Neuralink's chip contains 1,024 electrodes across 64 threads, which are thinner than a strand of human hair, that are programmed to gather data about the brain's neural activity and movement intention, and send that data to the company's computer for decoding to transform the thoughts into action. Right? Which, dog, that sounds great. By itself, I don't have a problem with most of the technology. Again, the problem will be how it will be implemented, how it will be used against society. For this guy who had a diving accident, who is clearly in a chair, clearly his quality of life has declined greatly since his accident. Of course, people like him are going to be interested in this. They are, what's the word? They have a vested interest in this technology working. Again, by itself, there's nothing wrong with it. The problem will be, so this first generation will be used for this, right? The next generation of the tech will be used probably, the next guinea pigs will be the kids in the video games. And then after that, to the moon, Alice, as they used to say.
Here goes, says, if it ends up helping disabled people, that's awesome, but the tech will be misused against the rest of us, no doubt. That's the issue that I have with this. Implicitly, I feel like this is only going to be used for nefarious things eventually, because just like I argued, I've had people talk about political ideologies. I don't think any political ideology, I don't think any tool, I don't think any of these things are inherently evil or wrong. It's how people choose to use them. And tools like this could be a godsend. They could be great. But with the people that we have at the top of the totem pole who are running things, they are only going to use this for nefarious means.
Look, if you want to go into like conspiracies, science fiction, shit like that, either this is the beginning of Agent Smith, or if you've been watching the X-Men, this is the beginning of the human sentinel hybrids that will be activated at a push of a button to go after mutants. So either way, this don't look good.
Well, I mean, it's giving them the ability to just shut you off at any moment. And so
it's like putting a LoJack. It's like putting the LoJack in your fucking brain, right? As long as you're doing what they want you to do, it'll probably work. The moment you get behind the payment, imagine walking in the middle of the street and they're like, you are 45 days behind in your payment. We must shut it off now. Shutting down now goodbye, and you're in the middle of the street.
Well, I mean, like the movie Repo Man. They'll be
Yeah.
coming back to repo and body parts.
Yes.
Be like, hey, yo, you said you was gonna have a payment on that bionic leg last Tuesday. We're gonna need
Yeah.
that back, pimping.
We're gonna need that leg, bro. And we're gonna need it now. You're gonna be like, bro, I'm working right now. And be like, oh, you talk
Be like,
to
how
the
am I
manager.
supposed to walk to work? Bitch, you better hop.
You better figure it out.
I mean, but and think you pair something like this and a laissez-faire capitalist system, which cares about only the dollar, not people. They're going to be like, I don't give a damn what you have going on. Get that, run that money back to me.
Facts. 2 seconds, Marcus. Go ahead.
And so I'm gonna read these couple of chats from over here. It says Himcar says Chief Scientist Langley that NASA will be human contaminated machines. I don't know what that's about. Sorry, I guess I missed something. Read down a little bit further. Until your boss mandates you have one, or the WHO, which that I could definitely see being the goal or the end point down the road. Himcar also says the next cell phones going under the skin. Nokia CEO says, what happens when your boss mandates you get one, or the WHO? Which I think that with the serum and the antidote, that was a test run when they were trying to say you need to go get this testing or you can't go to work if you don't have the serum. And so I think like they're trying to say, okay, we got a decent amount of people who buckle to the pressure. Now, when the next thing comes around, when we throw a scare at you, we'll see how many people that we know already hop on the bandwagon, how many that's going to need some convincing, how many we're going to have to do a little arm twist, and how many are just going to say hell no. And so I think that gave them a little census on who's going to do what in that situation and how to plan for it.
Yeah, man. It's the future is going to be very interesting. We've talked about this all the time. The melding of man versus machine, of man and machine. The goal of the transhumanists. Where we haven't used here in some months, but this is all towards the trans.
And I typically don't use it because I don't think it's going to get all the way to that far of a point to the whole transhumanism as some people talk about.
I think we won't be around to like really witness it when it's working perfectly, but we gonna be wherever we are, we gonna see it and be like, damn, son, we ain't had that when we was there.
I don't think that things just move on for the next couple hundred years. I don't see that reality at the trajectory I see things going in. I just don't see it.
We'll be there. On that we disagree. I think we'll be there much sooner than later. I think probably when we are at the last leg of our life, we'll be sitting there watching this technology saying like, damn, I thought we moved fast from 2000 to 2012. This next level shit is wild. Again, to go back to it, we touched on it earlier. I guess we just got to check the porn industry because they usually like at the forefront of tech too.
It's funny you mentioned that. I heard about Chat GPT and Open AI. They were trying to pass some new legislation, so now it can be used for Open AI to actually create porn. I don't know if you heard about that, but
No.
I was listening. I'm like, what? Where? What video did I click on? Because that's not what I was clicking on to hear about. But that's what came up in that video. What's up, John?
John, what's up, man? No, that's weird as hell. But again, I fully expect that to happen.
In fact, I wonder if I can find that story.
Miss me with that bullshit.
Yeah, it was on TechCrunch. It says this week in AI, OpenAI considers allowing AI porn. In this edition of the week, let me click on the story. Just read a little bit of it so you can know what I'm talking about.
See, again, there's something wrong. There's something to be said about the people who program, who come up with these things in their programming, and it ties into the sexual abuse we discussed earlier. It ties into this. Like, why do you? Because as much as we say AI, there's still human beings controlling the AI at this point in time. It's not fully. It's not sentient. It's not at the point where it's able to do these things on its own without human control or human inputs. So if they're telling us a story about porn and AI, it's all these dudes who don't get it. It's all these dudes who just live through a computer. I'm telling you, because if you were really getting it, you wouldn't try to figure out how to put it in a box to not be able to touch. Do you understand what I'm saying, Marcus?
Yeah, I'll skip.
The crowd.
I'll just read a little bit of this. So skip down to the third paragraph. It says this week in AI, OpenAI revealed that it's exploring how to responsibly, in quotations, generate AI porn. Yep, you heard that right. Announced in a document intended to peel back the curtains, and gather feedback on its AI instructions. OpenAI's new NSFW policy, not safe for work, if you guys don't know what that stands for, policy is intended to start a conversation about how and where the company might allow explicit images and text in its AI products, OpenAI said. And so that's from TechCrunch this week in AI. Yeah, I'm just giving y'all the stories. I don't create this shit. I don't create this shit. Let's see. What other story did I have? Hop onto so.
Yo, did you see the speaking of stories? Since we're randomly covering it, I don't know. I can't remember the state, but I'm sure everybody in the chat can, fill me in. But you saw that video with the cop. He banged on the door and then said sheriff's office. As soon as homeboy opened the door, he had a gun in his hand. The gun was pointed down, but them cops let off all them shots and killed that dude. Wasn't he in the Air Force?
Mm-hmm.
Was he actually? Was there drama at the crib? Was there an?
It was the warrant was they went to the wrong address. That's what happened.
So it is confirmed that the police went to the wrong address.
Yeah, they went to the wrong address. That's what happened.
So homeboy is
dead. He heard banging on his door. Hopefully nobody's blocking anybody in there for just sharing their opinions. Please, hopefully nobody's doing that.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't do that.
Not at all. And that's what I say. Even if they're just disagreeing with us, that's all right. I mean, there's going to be topics where everybody's not going to be, happy with us, but hopefully they know that we're being genuine and sincere, and we don't mean any harm against anybody. And
I'm not the sensitive one that somebody could say "f me" in the chat. I don't. It doesn't bother me.
Because even with family gonna have they beefs and not always be on the same page. But as long as we still have that love and mutual respect for everybody, we can work past the little minor differences we have here and there. Mm-hmm. That's at least how I want this political matrix community to work. That we work as a community. That we can accept each other's differences, even if that's just difference of opinions and beliefs. So sometimes it is the YouTube's doing this. It's YouTube sometimes blocking stuff. So hopefully it's none of us blocking each other up in here. But yeah, what happened is somebody called about a domestic disturbance, that there was violence going on. He banged on the not he, but police banged on his door. As you guys know, Florida is a state where it's pretty easy to get carry permits. He had a concealed permit. He was in his own place. He he heard the banging at the door. From the story, what was said, because he was on live with somebody, and they said that no, he asked out who's there. Nobody answered. They banged on his door again. He went to grab his gun. Then they kicked the door in, not announcing themselves, and gun, 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 and just start firing.
Yep. The only thing is they didn't kick the door in. They knocked on the door. He opened the door, and when he opened it, they saw the gun in his right hand. It was pointed down, but his left hand was in such a position, kind of like, "Hey, like, what are y'all doing? Palm up, head to the side, like, hey, what's going on here?" And they blasted him. But the hand that was holding the gun, it was pointed down. It wasn't. It was in a non-aggressive position. So much so, if the police officer had physically tried to approach the man as opposed to shooting him, he probably would have been able to tackle him before the guy got his gun raised to shooting position. So, as usual, it's the same cowardly behavior from police officers. You didn't even have your facts together for you to be in the right place, and now somebody is dead. I don't know if he had any children, but I know he had parents. I'm sure his parents are sad. His friends, the people he was in the Air Force with, and a bunch of other people in his circle, associates, friends, and family in his circle who are really heartbroken by this news today. So yet again, we have to say fuck the police for y'all not doing your jobs properly. Again, the mistakes that they make cost people lives, time in prison, or a lot of money on legal fees trying to defend yourself or getting yourself out of some kind of jam. So when they get it wrong, the repercussions for some people, there is no coming back. For others, their lives are altered in such a way that it takes a while to get back on track. So when we're talking about, you pulling your guns on people and actually using your guns and taking life, and you don't have to, again, these some bitch ass, pussy ass, scary ass cops. They shouldn't be police if you're that scared.
Agreed. That's why I feel like what you should do in this situation from now on is yell out to cops. I mean, it's sad that you got to do their job because you're dealing with people who shoot so quickly without asking any questions. But who is there? And if he walked to the door and he peeked out and knows they're cops, say, why are you here? I have a firearm. It is I have a license for this. What are you doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Clarify. Don't open up unless the cop has a warrant. Just don't even open your damn door.
And not just that too, but you got to be smart. The cops moved. You can talk from behind the door, figure out who is behind your door before you go just grab your gun and open up your door. Because again, if that was dudes playing like they were police, you didn't even open the door in a ready position. You opened the door. Had that been the ops, as the kids say, they would have got you right there too, just the same way. So just be smart. Don't put yourself in certain situations. You heard the aggressive banging on the door. I understand exactly why you went and grabbed your gun, because of the way they knocked on the door. But they're police. They always knock aggressively. They always bang on your door like the rent is late and the landlord sent them. Again, you got to be smart. They shot through door. No, they didn't shoot through the door, John. Homeboy opened the door, and they lit him up as soon as he opened the door.
All right. Hey, Chris, can you pull up that redacted one with close that one out. the redacted story that has Putin's face on it.
Miss me with that bullshit. Yo, what's up with your boy Vivek, bro?
We're gonna save him for the end. Remember, we're gonna end out with something funny on the end, so we'll end out with him last. But yeah, pull. Yeah, that one, because I kind of want to talk. We haven't talked about the whole Russia-Ukraine stuff in a while, and I kind of just wanted to bring it up. And so we're gonna play probably at first. Actually, put it on 1. I guess you can. I guess they don't talk too slow. No, back it up to the beginning, because they go straight in. They hop straight into it. To set it up. Well, I guess they'll set it up. They'll let you guys know, and then we'll catch you guys on the other side.
Controlled Zelensky on their criminals most wanted list. Can you believe this? That means that there's no negotiating with Zelensky. He's finished. Russia will only accept the unconditional surrender of someone they now have classified as a criminal. Of course, Zelensky is a criminal controlled by the CIA and MI6, sending over 600,000 Ukrainians to die after he had signed a peace agreement, or a peace agreement was signed, and it was in his hands. So that's blood on his hands.
Yes.
Soldiers know that it's all over, by the way.
Unequivocally, so that he could continue to get camera time, so that he could pose for his...
Yeah, he could go to the Grammys,
so
he could go to the Academy Awards.
His good side on, Western TV.
So soldiers know that it's over. I mean, they're sending their last messages now to their families, letting them know that their leaders like Zelensky control everything. Some of these new videos that are coming out from Ukrainian soldiers, just heartbreaking. But take a look at this one. This one, he knows that they're not controlling anything and that they are just cannon fodder.
Я думаю, братан, что це, блядь. Всім уже на все похуй, да. Ми же з тобою ніхуя, во-первых, не рішаємо.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Back it up. I'll read it off for anybody
so
who's
we don't
just
control
listening.
any.
So the soldier's saying, I think, bro, this is it. The war is fucking bad. First of all, you and I don't decide anything. And secondly, looks like these are our last
So we don't
days.
control anything, and it looks like these are our last days. Now, these are messages coming out from units that have had like most of their units and other men killed in action. We're going to show you more in just a second. Do you want to say something?
No.
So meanwhile, NATO seems hell-bent on going into a full-blown war with Russia. As of this hour, Russia is heading towards total victory in the Donbass. Tactical victory right now. Former Eastern Ukraine, of course, just in time for the May 9th victory parade in Moscow. Now, those aren't my words, but rather the words of a Ukrainian general that The Economist just interviewed. Fresh Russian push will test Ukraine severely, says a senior general. And this is an interview with the deputy head of Ukraine's military intelligence. So they're finished. This is collapsing. This is literally, and he talks about how this is just timed almost perfectly for this May 9th celebration parade in Moscow. So imagine that. We've totally cleared. We can declare victory in the Donbass. So now will you surrender? Because that's what we've been saying all along. Operationally, this is what we are here to achieve.
Well,
are you going to surrender or not?
Because last year, Zelensky declared that Ukraine would no longer celebrate that victory day on May 9th. They now celebrate it with the Western Europeans on May 8th. So, they'll be partying. They still will get their party in.
Yeah, exactly. So this means next stop is either Russia crosses the Dnieper River and advances towards other major cities, including Kiev, until unconditional surrender, or NATO intervenes with soldiers. And option number 2 is what NATO is pushing for, it would seem. This morning, France and the UK decided it would be a good idea to send troops to Ukraine. And the US says they're considering it as well. Are they out of their minds? I mean,
Yes.
this is something Putin said specifically would constitute war with NATO. So take a look at this. These are the ambassadors. This is the French ambassador and the British ambassador coming out, getting basically yelled at, called to the Kremlin, basically. And
Every time I see it, I got to say it, Marcus. BBI Drizzy. All right, I'll stop playing around. I got to go back to it.
And Moscow said, we know that there are troops in Ukraine. They left after spending about 40 minutes there. Both refused to talk to the cameras, to the press. Now, there have been some false reports floating around by the Asia Times this afternoon that says there are 100 French Foreign Legion forces in Ukraine. That was all from one source at the Asia Times, who's known to have some fake news, but that is fake news. But so we don't know actually how many French forces and British forces are there, but enough that Russia is not happy about it and called the ambassadors in about it. So we don't know the numbers. We're trying to find out more details about this. And of course, this will be foggy, but we're trying our best to get those answers on that. But this is a red line for Putin. So you're going to have NATO forces in Ukraine now, openly? Not just like helpful guys that are just helping to help with some of the equipment. No, you're actually going to put boots on the ground in a meaningful way. It's game over. A few weeks ago, Putin told Macron that any French troops that you will send will end up like Napoleon. They will suffer the fate of Napoleon's army. Hungarian foreign minister is warning Macron that you are sparking World War III with this talk of sending in forces. If there's a nuclear war, everyone will die. So stop all of your talk about trying to send in forces, Macron. It's not going to happen, but they seem hell-bent on doing it. They know that this is it. This is the end game right now.
Right. And you can see even from this Reuters headline that it says Putin allies tell Macron. So it's not even Putin personally and how he feels about NATO troops being in a neighboring country.
And so, yeah, I just wanted to show this because it's showing kind of where the situation is, that they're running out of leg room as far as on the Ukrainian side. And even like the French Foreign Legion and all the mercs, if they send in to help them, this is getting to a point now where they're like, we might actually have to send NATO in to prop the Ukrainian military up because it's gotten so bad. I mean, they literally are sending pregnant women to the front line. They're literally just grabbing random people off the streets who, they're grabbing like 60-year-old men off the street who are almost walking with a cane. I mean, it's getting that bad where they're just grabbing bodies. They don't care to prop this up. And all the mercs that we've sent over and all these other countries have sent over have either got the hell out of there and left and decided they're not going back, or you just have them starting to kill off more and more of the youth of their country. I mean, it's getting very, very dark. And so, granted, there are parts of Ukraine like Odessa that you wouldn't even really realize that a war is going on because on the other side of the country is getting obliterated and they're kind of isolated from the major war front. But it's getting pretty bad. It's getting pretty bad. And Russia's went to about as far as they said that they wanted to go. Granted, I know you'll have the Pierce Morgan types who thinks that Putin is the next Hitler and he's about to march all the way over to London. But, when you're dealing with people who are a little bit more logical on what's going on and are not a paid propagandist, you can kind of see that this Russia-Ukraine thing, if it just stayed between Russia and Ukraine, it would pretty much already be over. But NATO, they're already in an open war with NATO, whether they want to acknowledge it or not. It's just a matter of how much NATO is going to invest into this to keep this proxy war going. I mean, what was his name? Zelensky's already had an assassination attempt on his life. Expect more attempts on his life to be coming. And don't be surprised if you hear Zelensky himself being assassinated at some point in time, or taken into Russian custody. Sorry, anything to say on that, Chris?
No.
You're like, no, you summed it up. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on that issue real quick. Those first couple of minutes. Then we can get into we can jump into the Israel stuff right quick. Which one was that? Could you pull up the one from Jesse Cooper? Yeah, I want to show this one. Yeah, I think Zelensky, he ain't got much time left on this earth unless he gets, the US takes him up out of there and brings him to somewhere else. Yeah, I can't see anything. Let me know when you're playing it.
I did. It didn't come up.
Oh well, my screen's frozen, so I don't know.
Oh, that's why. Yeah. It's just the
Yeah, it's showing all the people who are standing out there,
yeah.
waiting to be evacuated.
Yeah, just showing all the people who are literally just waiting for either food or rescue, what have you. But it's a very sad. Clearly, we lost Marcus. But the situation in Gaza is really bad. That was a scene out of Rafah, I believe, where you just had the citizens there just waiting for aid trucks or probably heavy machinery to help dig and search for any survivors. We've been watching this situation for 7, 8, 9 months now, whatever it is in total. Two things should be highlighted for you. Number one is just the depravity of the Zionist regime and their supporters. The second realization is that we as citizens are unable, or we are not doing anything to stop it. There's not much we can do to stop it. If we wanted to stop it, we could, but again, that always comes with the accompanying question of what are you willing to sacrifice? You're not going to be able to save yourself, much less the people in Gaza, without making a sacrifice. And we're not at that point where we're willing or able to make that sacrifice to do anything to them. So unfortunately, we'll have to sit here and we'll watch this. We've been watching it, and we will continue to watch it. There, unfortunately, is not a somewhat equal power to the Zionists and all of their friends that you could physically take them on, right? If you think about would-be allies, they're compromised too, or they just don't have the money and will or firepower to take on the West, as Marcus said, right? Marcus had mentioned the West being Western Europe and the United States. And we'll throw Canada in there as well. There's nothing that they can do about it. Again, the Arab world isn't even fully, they're not on one accord about this either, right? They still have their internal beefs. The Shia and the Shiite, that they have their internal problems there that will prevent them, even though they all know that something is wrong, they're not so fly enough with each other that they could say, all right, you know what, me and you need to stop beefing. Let's go handle that bully over there. They're not prepared either. The kingdom, Saudi Arabia, you would think for as much money that they have and how much money that they spend, they still don't have their military at a point to where they don't. Oh, Sunni, thank you. Shia and Sunni, thank you. I appreciate that, Jonina. Even Saudi Arabia is not in a position to where they're even able to produce the weapons they need to wage the war against the people they want to wage war against. Again, another bad mark on them. It's like, how advanced are you that you're still relying on people who would also subjugate you or beat you in the head for a price for your resources that you don't want to pay? right? They've brought you into all of their institutions, and they've made you have to play the game that in the manner in which they want you to play. So for all of these Saudis and Arabs and all of them who walk around with all this money, they come here and they try to pretend they're better than other people. Hey, you know what? You ain't nothing but bitch ass motherfuckers too. How about that? You ain't nothing but slaves and pawns too. How about that?
What are we talking about? I guess I went out. I don't know what point I went out. I just stopped hearing that.
No, I was just talking about the Arab countries that do nothing and or support Israel, like Saudi Arabia. They can say whatever they want, but their lack of actions speaks loudest.
Well, I mean, they know if they do anything, it's World War III. I mean, I don't take that lightly. I mean, I don't think that they take that lightly. That's where it's gonna go. And I mean, it's easy. It's very easy to say, let's go on ahead and go do X. But no, for all the people and their citizens who were saying we need to do more, when their cities start looking like North Gaza, I wonder how many of them are going to feel that way. It's one thing to feel that way when you're sitting over here and you're in comfort. It's another thing when the bombs actually start dropping on your houses, when you're dealing with your family members and trying to pick up their body parts. And that's why, and I look at it like this: people try to put it into. I mean, think about it like this: if Canada was being attacked, Chris, would you feel like we need to rush to their aid?
Nope.
And that's the same way with a lot of these Arab countries. They're like, yo, this is my country over there. Your country's over there. I feel bad for what's happening to you, but do I want to risk the end of my country for your country? And I think that's more what it boils down to. Some of these people, they don't feel this need to risk their own lives because of what's happening over there to them. But did you have that one clip ready?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Which one?
The redacted clip. Oh no, not the redacted clip. I wanted the was it no? Oh, the one about the Israelis.
The one with the YouTube one with Netanyahu?
No, not the one with Netanyahu. It's like a crazed looking Israeli woman on there from Ricky Meadows.
Oh, the Israeli MP who's going crazy?
Yeah, that one. And I just want you to show just the first couple of clips. It's going to be that first Israeli woman, and then it'll have the second one, which is translated in French, and just that first part. I think most people have probably seen that congressman, the last part with Medea Benjamin.
Okay, so this Medhurst video is 9 minutes. Where am I going into it?
You're just starting from the beginning. It's like the first probably couple of clips that he shows.
All right. So should I play it now, or you good?
Yeah. Go ahead and play it now.
All right.
But you have some people claiming that the United States is not delivering a few crates of weapons, as if that makes any difference now, and as if that is even true. But let me show you the reaction of an Israeli politician. Look at what she has to say.
ארצות הברית מאיימת שלא תיתן לנו טילים מדויקים. וואלה, יש לי חדשות לארצות הברית. יש לנו טילים לא מדויקים. ויש לנו את הזכות להתגונן. אז אולי במקום להשתמש בטיל מדויק ולהוריד חדר ספציפי, או בניין ספציפי, אני אשתמש בטילים הלא מדויקים שלי, ואני פשוט אמוטט 10 בניינים. 10 בניינים! 10 בניינים! זה מה שאני אעשה. ארצות הברית מאיים.
Well, she didn't mince any words there. Here, I'll show you another nut job from Israel, and then an American. You're gonna love this.
So pause that real quick.
צריך להיכנס בהם עד הסוף, עד שהם יצעקו את המילה חמאס.
So for those who didn't get what she said, I'll kind of like paraphrase. She said, "Oh, the U.S. doesn't want to give us the precise missiles. They don't want to give us the precise missiles. Okay, fine then. We'll use imprecise missiles. With precise missiles, yeah, we can hit that room. So we can't use the precise missiles to hit that room. Then we'll use the imprecise missiles, and we'll take out 10 buildings." So this is the threat she's making. If you don't give us the precise ones, so we can so-called use them precisely, then we'll just kill a whole lot more people. Now what are you going to do?
Yo, the conversation is so fucked up because nobody on earth could talk like this outside of certain countries, and there's not a response, at the very least sanctions of some sort. Can you imagine somebody saying, like, using suicide bombers in Tel Aviv or Jerusalem is not enough? You know what? We should get some drones. Can you imagine, like, the outrage that would be shown across the media? You know what I'm saying? Clearly just highlighting who really owns the media. But they would act like such bitches about it. Meanwhile, they talk how they talk.
Yeah, I think my computer's gonna let me back in. But yeah, you can start the next part.
He's saying we need to hit everybody who even utters the name of Hamas. Okay. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I misread the translation. He said we have to hit everybody hard. Okay. Until they're screaming the name of Hamas. And then the presenter is saying, but the families of the hostages say that that if you enter Rafah, the hostages shall be executed. But we can see what they're doing. They're mocking us. And then the presenter says, well, tell me your opinion, because I don't really understand it. Explain it to me.
אני חושב שצריך להיכנס אתמול כבר לרפיח, להיכנס
ואז מה יקרה?
להיכנס
ואז הם יצאו מתחת לאדמה.
אין שם בלתי מעורבים.
So this guy, the old guy, saying, well, we should just go into Rafah and just start butchering. And then the other one says, but they're going to come out from the ground. He knows. He knows what's waiting for them. And then he says, there are no innocents in Gaza. That's what he says. There are no innocents in Gaza. We should just go in and kill, kill, kill. He says that 3 times. Kill, kill, kill.
להיכנס ולהרוג ולהרוג ולהרוג.
הבנתי, וזה יחזיר את החטופים.
ולהרוג אותם שם, צריך להרוג אותם.
ואיך יחזרו החטופים בוקר?
We should kill them before they kill us. That's what he says. Well, that's from the Talmud, actually. He's quoting the Talmud. Rise up and kill first. Which shows you, again, the Israelis don't know anything about the Bible. They're not. They just use the Bible as like some kind of, like a paperweight or something. For them, it's all about the Talmud. Now, the Talmud
that's good there.
It's not the Bible. It's something completely different. It's where the Israelis.
And I'm glad that he made this point in here, because what people need to understand is the ones who read the Talmud, the ones Judaism, they don't give a damn about the Bible. They really don't. And they focus. That's what, like, for instance, like the Chabad Lubavitch, like a lot of the Orthodox, they don't, even the ones who are not Zionists, the ones who push against it, the Orthodox who push against it, they all follow the Talmud. That's where mostly everything they get from. And they use the Bible as a cover. That's all. But what they really believe is the Talmud, which the Talmud contradicts with the Torah so much. It's laughable that they can even make this claim that they follow the Torah. But but what people don't understand is, you know what they call the Talmud? They call it the oral Torah. So when they're saying the Torah, you don't know if they mean the Pentateuch or the first 5 books of the Bible, which is the Torah, or do they mean the oral Torah, which, for those who don't understand, they believe that when Moses got the who wrote the Talmud, it was written in and what I want to say the 1st or 2nd century. So it was, no, actually, I think it was written in like the 4th century. So it was written in like 400 AD. They believe that Moses, when he went up to the mountaintop and he got the law, statutes, and commandments, when he got the whole 1600 laws or so, they believe that actually he had a little secret notepad over here, and God told him a whole bunch of other secret laws. And they just passed that down word of mouth for generations. And then well after 70 AD, well after the times of Christ, well after all of the biblical period that's written in the Bible, the Torah, Tanakh, after all that time, after all that happened, then they all of a sudden this writing got written down, and they say, no, we had it all the way from the beginning, but we just wrote it down now. And so that's what the Talmud actually is. And so this is where a lot of this, and they only lean to the Bible on the genocidal stuff when it starts talking about what you should do as far as war and violence and all that. Archer says, so you're saying that God played telephone with Moses, Marcus, and that's the Talmud? No, well, according to them, they believe that he gave Moses secret laws that were not written down, and they call it the oral Torah because they say it was passed down from father to son over the generations. And then all of a sudden in 400 AD, like 427 AD, then they decided to write it down. So that's what they're saying. So they say that this word of mouth passing down, this telephone game happened, and that is more legitimate than what is written on the actual scrolls and tablets. They take that at more authority, what the sages and the rabbis, sages, and I can't remember what the other ones are called. They rely on them, what rabbis mostly in around 400, 500 AD. They rely on that over the scrolls and writings, which are way older than what these people are saying. Which kind of goes into something that the other video that Atris was talking about, but I guess we can hop onto that one and then come back. Atris asked me a question about this line, in New York, and he sent a video over to me. Could you pull up that video, Chris? This is, I want to show y'all the video that I'm responding to, because it fits with the whole Talmud aspect that I'm bringing up right now. Like I say all the time, you don't have to believe what I believe in or what this person believes in. I don't believe in the Talmud, first off, letting you know that. You don't have to believe the Talmud, but you do need to understand what the people who believe in. So that'll lead you to understand the thinking and the rationale and the logic of what people are doing and why they're doing it. If you understand what motivates a person, then you can understand their movements.
Marcus, what day did you put that in there?
That one was, let me skip over and see. Where the heck was it? Did I send it over or did I not send it over? Oh crap, my bad. I didn't send it. Here, I will put it in the chat now. Crap. Can I just copy it? Damn it. You don't want to let me just copy. Turn the volume down real quick. And that way I can send it. Okay, copy link and sending it. Well, putting it in the it'll be at the bottom of there we go. From Owen Alexander. Yeah, Yonita, that's called a Maziza Puppet, which I'm not even going to go into that right now. That's a story that we did about babies coming down with herpes, having to do with that story.
Yeah, that's because those motherfuckers in the Orthodox sector feel like they should be practicing the old ways of sucking the blood from circumcisions with their mouth.
But that's what I'm saying. That's where I said the Talmud and the Bible are different, because the Bible don't tell you to do none of that. This comes strictly from the Talmud. So yeah, the comments in that video. Oh, I didn't even check the comments in that video, which y'all probably should check out. Yeah. And I'm going to explain into that. Oh yeah, it's some good comments in there. But I just wanted to share this with you.
The city is for the Jewish community. This 80-mile fishing line is a symbolic fenced-in boundary. On Saturday, Jews aren't allowed to carry anything outside from their homes and into the public. This wire symbolically extends the private residence into the public space. This helps with daily tasks like talking on your cell phone or taking your kid to the park. This concept was invented over 2,000 years ago, and almost every major city in the world utilizes it, although New York's is easily the most extensive. This wire is mad thin and almost invisible if you're not looking for it directly. The rules say it needs to be over 15 feet tall, although this is way over 15 feet, and no more than a quarter-inch thick. It runs from 126th Street up in Harlem to Battery Pond, and then back up along the East River. Additionally, the wire costs about $150,000 a year to maintain and paid for by the Orthodox synagogues of New York. It's pretty cool. I've never noticed it before. Curious if any of you ever knew about this. Fun fact, this wire around the city is actually for the...
So that line there, when he says, oh, it's because they can't go out on Saturday. And me and Chris, we were kind of talking a little bit about this, is some of his experiences growing up in New York with kids who kind of fall up under, some of this. How it works is according to, well, you have a Sabbath, which is in the Bible, and then you have the way it is in the Talmud. Now, according to the Bible, on the Sabbath is supposed to be a day of rest. You shouldn't be doing any kind of actual manual labor, and you should dedicate that as a day of rest and giving reverence to God. Now, many Jewish people recognize the Sabbath as Friday to Saturday, evening to evenings, or even to even. And so this fishing line is put up so we can say all this area is my house. So technically I can walk outside of because in their belief and under the Talmudic understanding, you're not supposed to leave your house at all. You're not supposed to talk on the phone outside the house. You're not supposed to do literally anything, hardly even talk, according to the Talmudic understanding of this. So this large fishing line that goes around this area is made to extend their residences so that they can walk around the city still and feel like they're not violating the Sabbath. But I don't know, Chris, some of your thoughts on it.
On the Sabbath, or
on all of that, the fishing line in general and all that stuff.
Oh, I mean, they have to make themselves stand out one way or the other, right? They have to just continuously in every every metric, they have to let you know that they are different and they are not part of you. That they may live amongst you, but they are not of you. And you know, that's what they see. What needs to happen is a bunch of people need to get their machetes and figure out what to do with it. You know what I'm saying?
Just start chopping the line down.
Yo, you have to chop up that grass, boy. Yo, you have to get your blade and cut it. You know what I mean? You got to. You have to chop it down. You can't leave it. You can't leave it there. Nah. It has to go.
But yeah, that's so. What do you say? It's a literal loophole if you think about it. Yeah, and that's what the problem is. There's so many times the Talmud teaches you, let's try to find ways to skirt around the laws, and here's ways to sneak around this. And it's a lot of rabbis arguing back and forth on basically legalese on how to get out of breaking the law. Well, technically, I'm not breaking the law, even though I'm not following it, and it's just very slimy and weaselly. And it's like you're trying to literally, you think that you can like legally bullshit God. That's crazy to me. But that's what they're doing.
You can't understand these people then. Yo, let's move on to the next subject.
So the next one, I mean, technically this is still the same subject, but I wanted to show all those for pull up that Netanyahu. This is going into the Gaza 2035 plan. And this is why I think I got the actual plan in there too somewhere. But I wanted to show this because this whole Rafah invasion and all this is all tying into the final steps. Well, the entry steps to get ready for this Gaza 2035. And I think, what was it? I had the first 4 minutes and then, oh no, that's the actual story. Hold that one for a minute, but pull up the redacted video. Chris Jr. Gong Marley. Chris Bonton. Oh yeah, you're not trying to see them, the Mavs, huh? I will say, did it say all snap?
Oh no.
But yeah, I just want to show that redacted one first. Oh.
Okay.
Oh wait, it's not or I guess I'll say if you can't find it, no, yeah, wait a minute, there it is. It's just up a little bit. Yeah, it's up a little bit. You see it? Because I do want to read the article so we can go more into. Well, actually, we don't even need to read the article. We can just show the video. When we watch the first couple of minutes of that, and then catch the last couple towards the end, and that pretty much sums most of it up.
This is it, right?
Yeah.
Holding right now is Israel is striking Rafah after Hamas has accepted Gaza ceasefire proposal. However, there is nonstop bombing that continues to unfold in eastern Rafah that has been going right now, and so flares have been lighting up the night sky tonight there as well. This is video from earlier. This is the scene right now as people try to scramble and get out of the rubble, trying to find what they can to move and get out of the way because Israel has dropped leaflets because the invasion of Rafah is beginning. At the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu has unveiled their true plan for Gaza. It's their 2035 Gaza plan to rebuild Gaza into an Israeli version of Dubai, which we'll get to that part in a moment. But first, Israel began this morning dropping leaflets over southern Gaza, telling them to get out because the invasion is about to start. Where are they supposed to go? Everything has been destroyed. They've leveled buildings, but they've really lost, which we'll get to the PR part of this in a second here. They've really lost the PR. And this is exactly what military leaders have said. Yeah, they might destroy the buildings and they might drive Palestinians out, but they're going to lose the broader war because now you're going to be going up against Lebanon. You're going to be going up against Hezbollah. You're going to be going up against Iran. And this is not going to fly. Those are from military leaders. Everything has been destroyed. And in these areas now, and journalist Vanessa Beeley points out, according to our friends in Rafah, there are no IOF forces on the ground. The only Zionist forces are in the area dividing north from south. Leaflets have been dropped in eastern Rafah telling civilians to evacuate to Khan Yunis, which is devastated without any services at all. So they're being told, go to Khan Yunis. Friends are paralyzed with fear, not knowing if they should stay in other areas of Rafah until the last minute or leave now. This is barbaric psychological warfare on top of the ongoing massacres. So there's nothing for them to go to. Now, this brave Sky News reporter actually confirmed live on television, which you don't really see happening anymore. Mostly they're all in the tank for the other side, of course. But here's what Sky News reporter just confirmed, telling all of us what Vanessa Beeley just tweeted a little while ago. See how long this guy actually has a job for telling us the truth. Watch.
The Israeli Defense Forces is encouraging, in their words, encouraging residents in southeast Gaza to advance towards what they call an expanded humanitarian area to the north. That is centered around the city of Khan Yunis and a coastal community called Al-Mawasi. They claim that this area contains field hospitals, tents, food, water, medicine, additional supplies. That is a claim that international aid agencies, the WFP and the like, will treat with real skepticism. I think they say the Israelis have not done enough to facilitate these humanitarian supplies. Should also say that people are being asked to go to an area that has already been badly damaged, badly bombed in this war. The area around the city of Khan Yunis was largely destroyed in January when the IDF laid siege to it. So we're talking about a situation where people are being asked to migrate again, and I think we should probably talk about the significance of this. 1.2 million civilians crowded into the southern section of Gaza. They're now being asked, really at the point of another mass migration back to the north to an area that has been badly bombed. And I think
while my dad is forced to be in a courtroom, I have one humble ask. Can you please chip in just $5 to help defeat crooked Joe Biden? Millions while my dad is stuck in court. His campaign to save America depends on your support. Even $1 will go a long way.
Oh, I still needed it. I just didn't want to hear him talk.
Where'd he go? Oh.
Yeah, just was it skipped to what, 14 minutes? Yeah, I agree. And Chris H, a lot of these are like this, man. One moment they're criticizing him, and the next moment they're running defense for him. Well, most of the time they're running defense, but they're starting to get untenable for him. I don't know if you guys have seen the Mitt Romney and Blinken clip where he's kind of admitting, hey, you guys kind of used to be a little bit better at this PR thing. What's going on? And kind of admits that TikTok has been wrecking them, and the whole TikTok ban has nothing to do with China. So
I wonder where we heard that before.
I think everybody unanimously called bullshit the moment that they said that.
Correct.
But you got that redacted one? because this should be the last one there. And then I don't know if you haven't seen that Blinken one, make sure y'all go check that one out. And apologies over the Rock fan side. My computer's acting crazy, so I haven't been able to get over and check any comments. Excuse me, but that's the only reason why. But this right here, he goes in, he spells out this Agenda 2035. Now, I already know with our audience, y'all pretty much know this, or y'all have heard this somewhere else. Some of their plans, maybe not concretely, but now we're hearing kind of a concrete plan being laid out on. They know what they plan to do. That's the reason why they're being a little squirrely on explaining what they plan to do. So yeah, probably right about 14. It's like right at 14 minutes. That's probably good there.
To enrich the likes of BlackRock and Vanguard, well, look no further than the brand new Gaza 2035 plan, which Netanyahu unveiled this weekend. Great timing, too. He's like, hey, we're about to destroy Rafah, totally eliminate about 1 million people. But here's a 9-page PDF for our plan. This is what we plan to do in Gaza, which is perfect. It's like we want to build our own Dubai in Gaza. Perfect timing. So take a look at this. This is the new Israel 2035 plan for Gaza. Look how beautiful that will look once they rebuild it and kick all of those all those dirty Palestinians out of there. Mm-hmm. And they'll build new rail infrastructure, new port infrastructure. It'd be easy access to all of that oil. And they'll be able to get all of this into the Middle East economy. So a place so devoid of Palestinians, of course, as they describe it. They describe it as a future where Gaza is de-radicalized from Islamism, transformed into a trade hub of prosperity and innovation, and integrated into the Middle East economy. So a place totally devoid of Palestinians, of course. According to the Jerusalem Post, the documents lay out 3 steps to return Gaza to self-governance and economic growth. The first step would see 12 months of humanitarian aid. Guess they're going to start at some point, when Israel would slowly create safe areas in Gaza from north to south. Then a second would be a 5 to 10 year reconstruction process supervised by a coalition of Arab states: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Bahrain, Jordan, and Morocco. Egypt's going to love that because Egypt has so much money waiting and ready to go to put into this area. So does the United Arab Emirates, and so does Saudi Arabia. The plan is to move Israeli security responsibility to Israel, the Jerusalem Post writes, while the Arab coalition will create a multilateral body called the Gaza Rehabilitation Authority, the GRA, which would oversee the reconstruction. It's almost like they had this plan for a while, right? I mean, seems like they probably already had this whole thing mapped out a long time ago, don't you think? Or did they just dreamt it up last Thursday night? They have all these partners in place. They have the infrastructure plan. They have the train system plan. They have the ports already planned. They have the partners already lined up. They already have a name for it. They have a 10, 15-year construction plan all planned out. They must have just come up with it.
Building the port right now.
They're already building the oil port, as we featured last week on the show. Oh, but I love this part. The GRA is to be run by Gazan Palestinians and will take responsibility for managing the safe areas.
The safe areas.
Yeah, this will be done in coordination with the implementation of a Marshall Plan and a de-radicalization program. And the third stage will be termed self-governance, which will, of course, that's laughable. Under this plan, Israel would then retain the right to act against security threats. So they would get the right to act against security threats. So basically, there's no self-governance, and there's nothing in this plan about a Palestinian state, like a 2-state solution. So that's totally out. There will not be a 2-state solution at all. They will have total security control of the new GRA, this whole entire area, the entire Gaza Strip. So you're looking at your new Gaza Strip. It'll look a lot like Dubai. It'll be free of mostly Palestinians. And America, you're going to get a whole bunch of free oil and natural gas. And Israel, you're going to get billions of dollars in oil and natural gas. So this is your plan. And here you go. There's the new Gaza 2035 plan for you.
So the Palestinians get to govern themselves, but Israel will be the police. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So really,
you know what that reminds me of? A Jewish ghetto. And how'd that go?
Right.
That's not desirable.
Right.
No one wants that.
No one wants that. Well, somebody wants it. And that's why there's billions of dollars waiting to go there right now. Let us know your thoughts on this in the comments below. I really hope you enjoyed.
All right, so that was the clip that I wanted y'all to show. And to respond to Chris H says, so they're not going to do the Ben Gurion Canal. No, they're not going to do the canal. The reason why is there's more money to get from the oil that's underneath and more money to get from the natural gases that are off the coast. There's literally over $1 trillion in natural gas to sit off the coast. If they ran a canal through, they would lose access to a lot of that because ships would be going through on a regular basis. And also that would put them at adverse setting with Egypt, because then that would circumvent the Suez Canal. So in order for them to get Egypt to, and I think part of that, if they did the canal, they wouldn't be able to drill for the oil or the natural gases. So they figure, we'll let them keep that. Plus, let's say that they did go for the canal and they tried to do all three.
Why, I guess my only question is this, and obviously I don't want to see this, but this is my question. Why are the Israelis or Zionists at this point in time, given all of their actions from October and all of the lies they have told from October 7th, including about that day itself, why they just don't go ahead and hurry up and get this done and put people out their misery? Like, what is taking them so long? What is it they have to be afraid of? There's not a single country who is actually willing to do anything physically to stop them. Yeah, they'll say speeches and they'll make comments and they'll mention words like boycott or BDS or things like that. But clearly there is no one with a military who's going to do anything to this state. What did they take it so long for?
Well, I don't think that I really don't think that they can do it any faster than what they're doing. I mean, we got to keep in mind, you'd have to go to the level of using like tactical nukes to do it any faster. They got their Air Force going nonstop, sortie after sortie after sortie. You go off, take off, fire off everything you got, come back, reload up, go back, fire off everything you got, come back.
Just use a couple of Moabs. I'm sure it's not going to take a lot over there in Gaza.
Well, we haven't sent any Moabs to them, but here's the thing. They're trying to wage a two-faceted thing here.
But they're losing on the other facet of that war that you're talking about, right?
Agreed. They're losing on the political side of this. They're losing on the public image, but they still think that they could possibly turn that around because they're going to need countries. I agree. I saw the look on your face. I know what you're saying, and I feel the same way you do. But we got to remember, we are not dealing with people who have a firm grasp on reality and believe that it'll just take some time. Everybody will get past this. Everybody will get over it. And when you've been lying and bullshitting yourself for so long, and the propaganda is so strong in your country, and it's not even that, and this is the secular ones also. They believe in their propaganda so strongly, in their lies so strongly, that to them their lies are truth. And it went past the time of them, knowing that it's a lie anymore. They literally tell themselves that if they don't do what they're doing, a second Holocaust is coming. And not like down the road somewhere. They believe because Hamas was able to come in and kill some of their people, that's the equivalent to all of them being killed, basically. They even though there's millions of Israelis who didn't even close to get harmed, in their mind, every single one of them feels like it was almost me. And so this overreaction that they have. This is how they justify doing what they're doing. This is Thomas said Biden wants Israel to be a moral colonizer, so maybe that's why they're trying to speed it up. No, they're what it is it's about public image. If they did that, then Biden's in a situation of how do I shake my finger at Israel and still keep sending them weapons? If they did it faster, then the U.S. would lose that little guise of, oh no, they're being moral and they're doing this. They lose the narrative completely. You got to remember our plus 55, and I won't even say it's right or left, plus 55, they are more in the camp of Israel's just doing what they have to do. And, some innocent people will die. But if they went harder, they'll start losing a lot of those over 55 people and over 60 people. And they'll be like, nah, Israel, you are going too far. And that's what they're doing. They've already lost it with most of the younger group around the world. But it's the older voters who still look at Israel and believe that they're being legitimate, even if they feel like, well, you guys are going a little overboard, but you have to do what you have to do. So that's what it is. They're holding that last leg. And think about it, that older Gen X to baby boomers are the ones with most of the wealth in this society. Those are the ones who are going to keep funding Israel. Those are the ones that are going to keep sending over all their tithe money and stuff like that from the evangelical churches. They can't lose that because that's where the actual money is. That's where these CEOs are at. That's how the McDonald's is and stuff can keep sending money over to Israel. They got to keep those people, even if it's a tiny fig leaf covering, they got to at least hold that. Because the moment they lose that, they're done. And that's the reason why they don't go all the way balls to the wall. I mean, and now, don't get me wrong, the Smotriches, the Ben-Gvirs, the Daniela Weisses, those people want them to go to that level. But Netanyahu and the Naftali Bennett, even, I would say, and some of the other ones, no, if they go to that level, they lose the plot completely and they will become a pariah state. And all these plans they have about, oh, well, we'll get all these other people involved, all that's completely mute. The day after plans are over with if they go that far. So if they just want to get the land and have nothing, then yeah, and that will work for the religious Zionists. They care, they just like, we'll get the land, don't worry, God gonna give us everything else. Or Hashem, as they would say. But the secular ones who are along with this plan also, their whole plan in this is, I need to get this wealth. I need to get this beachfront properties. How am I going to be able to sell this to people? How am I going to sell the tourism? How am I going to because you just heard Turkey was saying that they're cutting off all their trading arrangement with Israel over their treatment of the Palestinians. Granted, these governments still want to do business with Israel because of all the tech startups and tech that's involved. Most of them want that for their businesses. But because of their populations, especially in like a Turkey and Saudi Arabia and UAE, which Saudi Arabia and UAE were never going to be on the side of the Palestinians. They are completely pawns of the West, completely. And I would throw Egypt in there also. I would only say it's only Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan. Those countries are the only ones that would do anything. Afghanistan's like, we just got the Americans out of here. We definitely don't want to bring their asses back. So we not saying shit. Iraq is in the same shoes. We just had them here forever. We do not want all the rest of the West in here for another 20, 30 years. And so it leaves you to what? people like Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Yemen to be the only people that can come to their aid, and all they can do is be a mild nuisance. And these countries know if they decide to do something, they got stuff that they can do. They can cut off the oil, the shipping lanes, and all that. But
they're not, because let's be honest, nobody cares about them people. You know, even the people here.
Well, they got to hurt themselves to do that. And it's
Yeah.
just like I say about some of these people who like, well, we need to do this against the elites. Man, you're not trying to sit there and suffer without having AC or without having heat or you won't have grocery stores. You're not willing to sacrifice all the things you've grown accustomed to, just like they're not willing to sacrifice all the things they're accustomed to.
Yeah, just all of this has taught me since October is that people are willing to just, you know, voice their support. Anything else, like you said, to do anything else requires sacrifice, and people aren't willing at this point in time to sacrifice anything. So it'll be like, damn, that's messed up. I hope, I pray, you know, and everything else that goes around it is just noise to get the system to create these newer laws and policies that will screw people over when the next thing happens, right? So you look at all the behavior about the students on campus, on college campuses. Look at the law that passed as a result of that.
Yep.
So again, unfortunately, there's people, they don't really care about the Palestinian people.
And you just heard about we just heard, what was it? I think we might have covered it last week about the lady who's actually part of like that NYPD Israel like basic task force kind of thing. Did we talk about that last week? I think we did.
Yo, them pictures of the Northern Lights in Canada is sick.
Yeah. But I mean, that's all I really got on that. What was it? Hamza sent something. Did you see it in the chat? If you wanted to share it about circling back to your boy Drake.
Wow, Hamza said something recently.
Yeah, he sent something. I put it in the research. In the research folder.
Oh yeah, this is the video, like him going through his, you know, his cultural, you know, this is a cultural video. It's showing Drake in his element.
Yep, Drake get full on in his element with his people.
Like you about to get the slaves free. You just acting like an activist. It's make believe. Don't even go back to your hood.
Oh shoot, probably muted.
Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the Mecca, building railroads and trains. Bear with me for a second. Let me put y'all on game.
Now you want to know something? You're not going to be free till you get past the Jew. Y'all may not want to admit this. You don't have to. Let me say it. You just think about what I'm saying. The Jews run the American Medical Association.
How's that? Hamza trying to get our ass in trouble.
Association.
Why?
In trouble to get our ass in trouble.
In trouble for what?
You don't hear what Farrakhan talking about?
Oh, you mean what? I thought you talking about the song. I was gonna say because
no, I'm talking about what Farrakhan saying. Man, we on YouTube, boy. You tripping?
Got it. Okay.
We on YouTube, man. You trying to set us up, Hamza? Man, what you doing, bro? I should have knew better. Fucking around with Hamza.
Well, you know, the good thing is we won't catch a copyright for the song because Kendrick removed all the copyright bullshit from the song.
Well, but technically, what about Drake's part?
Now, with that part, they could potentially like be like, "Oh, you use the song," and you know, I don't think they want to do that. But if they do,
Chris H is right. He says, "I think the U.S. aid even bribes Egyptians along with the $1 billion in the U.S. gives them to keep the Palestinians out. Exactly. Plus, you got to remember another thing. If they all of a sudden brought in 1 million something people, I mean, what's the population of Egypt?
I'll look that up real quick.
Yeah, I mean, because they're not talking about, oh, let's spread them around. They're talking about
Egypt is about 112 million people.
Okay, so you want to, so you would basically be increasing their population by 1%. That's a lot, actually, in one go. And you're also, Egypt at this point is more secular, but Palestinians are religious. And then all it would take is for one rocket to fly over from Egypt. And now you got Israel bombing the hell out of Egypt. That's more what they're afraid of than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Then, okay, yeah, there's plenty of Palestinians already in Egypt. They don't want more because the Egyptian government is trying to be secular. But on top of that, they don't want more because they worry about, man, you're going to have those Palestinians be coming in pissed, and they're going to be looking at Jewish people, Zionists, all running all over the place, having a great time in the area which you just pushed them out of.
Mm-hmm.
There's no better way to flagrantly insult people and almost ask for them to start firing at Israelis. And Egypt would pay the price for it. And Egypt, like, so wait a minute, you're gonna have us take about an extra 1% in population. How is that going to affect the job market? How is that going to affect social benefits? Where do we put all these people? How do we know that they don't feel some type of way about Egypt for us not stepping in? Now we're getting terrorist attacks. You know, it's a lot of different angles to that and a lot of reasons why Egypt is not wanting to have them come in there. And I can't say I blame them if you've been a shill for the West and been taking money from Great Britain, US, and Paris. You know, you've been getting money from all these people to not do a damn thing. Then what should Egypt do? Do what they're doing. Try to keep them out and say, hey, my name is Bennett and I ain't in it. That's what they keep doing.
I thought you was going Pinky in the Brain. That's what I thought you was going with. It sounded like you was like, gee, Brain, what are we going to do today? Try to take over the world.
I remember I used to do that impression all the time. I used to be pretty good at it, but I haven't heard it in a long time.
Like my Beavis and Butthead was fire. Now I can't really do it as good as I used to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Jared says, yeah, well, I mean, that's all. Oh, your boy, yeah, I don't know. Do you want to talk about your boy Vivek the Snake?
Oh, yeah, we could get on him before we get out of here. I mean, whoa. Yo, you know what? I don't even know where to go with this, right?
Bro, do you realize we didn't hit probably like 20 different topics? I mean, be honest for the audience, for y'all who listen to other channels. Is there any channel that hits as many topics as we do in our 2.5, 3 hours, or 3 hours or 4 hours? Anybody else hits as many topics as we do?
Yeah, y'all let us know.
Yeah, let us know, because I wonder, because I'm like, I see some shows where they got maybe one, maybe two, some got 4 or 5 topics. Well, we literally hit, like, I don't know, this show alone, we probably hit easily like 10 to 15 topics.
Mm-hmm. You know, your boy Vivek, what's his name? Ramaswamy? I can't remember his name. What is it?
I like what Lucas calls him. Vivek Baba Booey.
Yes. Whatever his name is. But of course, he's another one of these Asians who come here, and as usual, like everything else, they have this attitude that they're better. It's kind of like the Dr. Shiva attitude, so to speak, right? Almost in that I'm highly educated. I have a lot of things to be proud of, and you should be proud of me too. And I'm rich, you're not. And a lot of the time, these Indians, they come here, they look up to the white man. If you just look up and down all of their business dealings, who they promote, who they look to get money with, who they look to deal with, is the white man. So the Indian man, he be on his knees too for the white man. He be having his knee pads on for the white guy. I'm not afraid to say this. I've watched it my whole entire life. For anybody who would say, damn, son, you a little harsh. I grew up in New York. I watched them. They gave us advice and all this other shit. All these Asian people, they suck dick of the white man. They want to be the white man, which is why whenever they do come here, they emulate the white people. They don't want to be around niggas. They don't do nothing with Black people. They want to get away from Black people or Hispanic people. Sure. Do they want to own a shop in the hood? Sure. They don't mind owning beauty supply stores and bodegas and shit like that they could sell in the hood and make money off the hood. But do they want to interact, live amongst, be friends with anybody else? No, they don't at all. They love white people. They love white folks. And I don't know if it's through the colonization process that we ended up that way, or maybe they just loved the Harrison Ford and the Indiana Jones movies. I don't know. But, they have knee pads on for them. So this brings us to Vivek.
Oh, here, let me say this real quick. And Dingo, I actually did an interview with Sweta Agarwal, and this is what we talked about in particular. She wrote a book on it. It's called the Black Rose by Chance, but about those creams and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell put Jank 2024? What the hell?
They just being sarcastic, right? And again, if you don't like what I'm saying, then probably you don't live in the cities that I've lived in or had the same experiences I have. Trust me, I know what I'm saying, and I feel very confident in what I'm saying because I know my shit, at least as it pertains to this. Fast forward to Vivek Ramaswamy, the homeboy who was running for president on the Republican ticket. Vivek, he's won. If you listen to him, Vivek looks like he would love to be white. If he could fully bleach his skin to be a white guy, he would. The way that he wears his hair, the way that he even smiles. Yes, my name is Vivek, and I will erase all elements of my cultural things, and I will just talk to you like this, okay? And I'll keep this stupid smile on my face, even as you insult me or I don't understand what's going on. Okay.
Curry? What is that curry stuff? I don't even like that curry. No.
I mean, who eats that stuff? It fucking stinks, all right? You know what I'm saying? They all look fucking weird. They all look weird and they all act weird. Anyway,
Richie Sunak is the same way. And the same thing with Suella Braverman in the UK. Both of them are the same way.
All of them. Yo, he said he's the Indian Casey Kasem. And that is perfect. If you know who Casey Kasem is and you think of Vivek, yeah, that's him. Anyway, he goes on. He has, I don't know if he got a podcast or he was doing an interview, but.
Yeah, he has a podcast now.
Okay. So he has a podcast.
He had Ann Coulter on.
And just like all of the rest of the minorities who want to get involved in conservative politics, Republican politics, you always have to do their version of the humiliation ritual is that they have to bring on a white person who they love, who can insult them in the worst possible way in their face. And then they have to pretend as if they don't know that they're being insulted. And in the event they do catch on, oh, they just dissed me, they have to explain it all away. Right? Whatever, in however they explain it, but they explain it away. Right? So Vivek brings on that bag of bones, Ann Coulter, who hasn't had an original thought in probably 40 years. She probably hasn't seen a meal in about 35 years. And she probably hasn't had a man, I'll leave that one alone. But anyway, but they bring on Ann Coulter, who looks like the woman version of Skeletor, right? So they bring her on, and what does she say to him? Oh, Vivek, I love everything you said. Everything you said was great, and you're the one who makes the most sense out of everybody on stage who I listen to. But let me tell you, even if you were still in the race, I wouldn't vote for you. Why? Because you're Indian. And Vivek, what does he do? Instead of being like, huh? Like, who you talking to? What'd you just say? Hold on, wait. What'd you just say? This is Vivek. How about, I don't like them black people either. I mean, you just sat there like a fucking doofus, dog. Like your father, again, your father should be offended. Your father should be offended that he raised a son who would get him, who would sit there and allow somebody, a cracker of all that, pardon me, who would allow a white person to say that to them just like that. That, oh yeah, you have good ideas. I like what you say. I like your temperament, etc., etc. However, the fact that you're brown, I'm not going to vote for you. And then look, here's how they always try to explain to make it okay, right, Marcus? Well, at least they were honest. They were honest. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that question. Okay, and let's move to the next topic. And
the damn blacks. Let's bond over there. Let's bond over hatred of the blacks.
Correct. And it's just ridiculous, bro. And he sat there, didn't even try to say, like, he didn't even cut off her water. Like, on some, who you talking to? Click.
On your own show.
On your show, you allow her to come on there. But he was all Warren, don't be scared. But he sat there whenever the topic was taking shots at black people. He was all like, "Oh, knee slap, honey, good one." You know what I mean? It was all jokes.
Well, Sagar, and somebody put in there Sugar and Jetty. Sagar, he right there with him, but at least I like Sagar more because Sagar's like, hey, you know what? I know everything is fucked up. I don't care, but hey, man, you got to get your bag at the end of the day. Get your bag, man. That's Sagar is like, I don't care. People are gonna die, and that's how it is. Just get your bag.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Just the fact,
at least he lets you know he only cares about the bag. He don't even try to bullshit you. It's only about the bag with Sugar. Sugar.
And so he got put in his place. Clearly, he had to have known this in his assessment, right? This guy claims that
I don't think he was expecting that. I really don't, because online they've been all super nice, and she's been real nice to him. I don't think he was expecting for her to punch him in the face like that. But he's just that much of a bitch.
Exactly. He really is that. He again.
I think Nikki Haley would have at least been like, "What do you mean by that? Could you explain a little bit more why you would have a problem, voting for an Indian person?" Because I've showed that I have completely shedded any of my dirty Indian heritage, and I don't acknowledge that. So why come you just? I mean, look, I'm not even as dark as though they are. I mean. Why aren't you accepting me? I don't understand that part.
Yes. I'm rubbing off on Marcus' paws in a good way. Pause.
I could definitely see her doing that though.
Can't say that about them. That's derogatory.
I'm looking forward to our conversation today.
Me too. Thanks for having me. That was a fantastic opening monologue. You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black. Can't say that about them. That's derogatory there. Oh, and I agreed with many things you said during, in fact, probably more than most other candidates when you were running for president. But I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian. We'll get back to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. She can't vote for your punk ass because you are a dot Indian. Fuck out of here. Still believe that America doesn't have racism now, Vivek? Huh? Can you hear it now? Now?
I'm looking forward to our conversation.
Yeah, that smile wiped away real quick. Real quick.
Yo, and then I gotta find the video afterwards because he was like, with all due respect, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was something that Thomas, depending on where you are in the country, like for instance, New York, when we say Indians, and this is gonna be fucked up, but this is just how we do in New York, right? We identify them whether they red dot or feather.
Well, that's my first hearing that. We never say feather. They'll just be like, Indian. What type of Indian? Red dot? Nah, Indian. So they'll just be like Indian or red dot. I know that's messed up, but that's just people I grew up with. That's how they're gonna say it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was either red dot or feather. Like who you talking about, right?
Because like where I grew up, it is a good amount of Native Americans who live in that area. So when they think Indian, they thinking Native Americans. They thinking indigenous. They are not thinking about India, the country. That's the last people they thinking of. So that's the reason they'll be like, "Oh, you mean a red dot? Oh, okay." Even whether they do the red dot or not.
The only thing I see from media and Senora, they're saying that this means that Asians aren't white adjacent. Yes, they are. Just because you see them being rejected does not mean that they aren't. Again,
well, that's the whole point of being adjacent. They
correct.
kind of like you, but you're not all the way in the club.
Who do you think they would choose if the ideology was all the same, if everything was all the same? Who would they choose, Marcus or Vivek, as somebody to do business with? Again, everything is all the same. There's nothing different, with the exception of Marcus being black and him being.
You're right. That's the thing. They have no problem. They have no problem doing business with them. They have no problem doing business with them.
Mm-hmm.
But are they going to do they want to see them in positions of power? No. That's the difference.
Correct.
They don't want you, and that's where the real truth comes out, and you find out that no, they're still racist, whether they let them in there or not. They don't want to see nobody who's not white in no positions of power, period.
And that's but to that, that comment, when they say like, oh, because I would think that they made the comment because they saw Ann Coulter say that to Vivek directly. But I'm glad that happened to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad he was humiliated like that. But the funny thing is, it won't matter to him because, it was just the fact that he had Ann Coulter on his show. It's like, oh, and his parents and family are probably like, you are doing a great job having Ann Coulter on the program. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? That is how they fucking talk. I know it. That's how they talk.
How this happened, Warren, is I guarantee you most of the people who voted for her only knew that she was a Republican. By the time she got to being the nominee for the Republicans, many of them didn't even realize that she was Indian until after she got elected. I guarantee you that. And I guarantee you they was like, well, she's doing what we want for her, so we'll leave it alone. But I guarantee you, many of them did not think that she was Indian. And I guarantee you that the Democratic candidate was like, well, it doesn't matter what her race is, so I'm not going to bring it up.
Well,
I mean, if they would have decided to in South Carolina, if they would decide to make that a point, and the Democrats are never going to do that, which I'm at least glad that they're not going to do that. But if they would, if it would have been flipped, let's say if Nikki would have been a Democrat and she would have been the nominee, that Republican would have did nothing but hammer on the fact she was Indian and she would have lost.
That's exactly what would if she was really Latinos never.
Well, it depends on which ones, because some of them, many of them are depending on where you live.
Latinos are they some of the worst. They some of the worst ones. If we talking about white adjacent, have you ever seen these Cubans down here in Miami?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen them here? There's some of the Argentinian people, some of the Venezuelan people right here in South Carolina. South Carolina, right here in South Florida. I was reading Warren's comment. That's why I said
or if you see some of the more lighter complected ones who live out here in California,
or the ones by Marcus in Cali,
the lighter complected ones. I mean, we just had 3 who were in office who were caught on tape literally bad mouthing Oaxacans, talking about how dark and ugly that they were. They were literally shitting on their own damn people. So obviously, if they feel that way towards fellow people of Mexican descent, what do you think they feel like on any other brown people?
Cubans down here in South Florida are the first ones to tell black people that racism isn't anything and it doesn't really exist, and that was a long time ago. This is those wet foot motherfuckers who just get here, and they get here illegally, right? Look, I'm gonna just keep it real. I know people like, damn, Chris, why you gotta be so hard sometimes? But sometimes we just gotta keep it real. We do this pity pat. We so scared. We so soft, and we gotta be sensitive. No, these motherfuckers come here by hook or crook, boat, or they get on, or they find their way to a border somewhere, and they make themselves, and they come here. They get to South Florida. And they will look at somebody like me with disgust. How do I know this? Because it has happened. Because when you actually be outside and you talk to people, you can get people to tell you how they fucking feel. And they have revealed themselves to me numerous times, on many occasions. I didn't say that they was racist or fucked up towards me, but when you are able to talk to people, you can get them to tell you, to reveal how they feel. You understand? And again, I had a Cuban just several months ago tell me that, oh, please don't tell me you're one of those Black Lives Matter black people. Huh? What that mean? You're 20-something years old. What that mean? What do you know? And why do you feel this comfortable saying something like this? You're only comfortable saying something like this because of the conversations that happen inside your house and in your social circles.
And
okay?
I would add in, and I'm glad, Meteor, that you feel that way. If more people felt that way, then things would be a whole lot better off. But unfortunately, we don't have a lot of people who are like that. And if people don't understand the dynamics that were going on between Batista to Che Guevara and Fidel Castro, if you don't understand the dynamics that were going on, it wasn't just political; it was racial. Even within Cuba, it was racial. The Batista aspect were most of the wealthy white Cubanos who treated the indigenous and the blacks with disdain and racism even there. And all they did was pass that down and move to the States. And the ones who were descendants of those people, who a lot of them are more fair-skinned, they're the worst offenders. Now, don't get me wrong. You do get some of the ones who maybe might be a little bit darker, who might carry on some of those views, but majority of the time is the very, very fair-skinned ones who, in their mind, they think they're white. And you even run in, and you have some Puerto Ricans who start off with that mentality when they're living in San Juan, or when they're living in Bayamon, or where they're living in, various other different places. But as soon as they get to the States and they get treated differently, a lot of them, it flips for them, because they get to New York and they realize, oh, wait a minute, I don't care how light I look, my accent, they treat me the same as the same as a dark one. But
it's
in
always,
South Florida, it don't go that way.
Correct. And I would like to ask Meteor, not just Meteor, but a lot of people, where is it? The people who always say, oh, I don't look at people for color. I wish people would not do that. Quite honestly, it's 2024. I'm tired of hearing that. Why? Because the world is the way it is and people judge people on color. And they've been doing so, especially here in the United States, long before my 40 years on this planet and probably long after my time on.
I mean, I wish it were different, but I don't think
different.
it's ever going to change.
I wish
it's
it
ever
was
going to
different.
change.
Perfect example. Let me show you guys a little personal thing, right? So I coach, as I tell you guys, right? I coach kids, basketball, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. We have a gym in one part of town. The parents feel safe there. They feel safe bringing their kids. It's not a problem. I wanted to add an extra day of practice. We were able to get a gym that is in a neighborhood that is filled with Black people. Do you know the white parents said they don't feel comfortable going there? Like, I want to go to some place that's going to be violent for myself and my son, who's on the team as well, and these kids that I care about. So you think that I would just willy-nilly put them in harm's way? But the parents push back on this like, no, we don't really want to go there because why do you feel like this? You don't say this about any other neighborhood except for neighborhoods that are populated with people who look like who? So the people who always want to wish that things were different and I don't see color, please stop telling that to me. Stop saying that shit to me. Stop. Just stop. Grow the fuck up and stop saying that shit because you have to face reality. These are things that we deal with.
Chris, we got to keep in
mind
mind different people live in different areas, and depending on where they live, they might not be running into some of this stuff that we run into.
And I get it, but at the same time, then stop trying to tell people who live in different places what time it is. It's a different time zone where you live. It's a different socioeconomic place where you live. So stop trying to tell, when you hear people saying this, stop saying to people, oh, I wish that everybody was colorblind. So the fuck do we? Who do you think wants this more than us?
It's all right. Relax.
And it's not
relax.
Yeah. And it's not the 1940s or 50s. I'm not trying to make a comparison for 2024. It's like 1934 or 1954 or 1964. I'm not saying that at all. However, was it stupid that guy opened that the story we mentioned earlier? Was it stupid that the Air Force guy opened the door with the gun in his hand, knowing that the cops was at the door? Yes, that was dumb. However, we see instances of cops pulling up on white folks with guns, knives, machetes, if you will.
Yeah,
they find a way. They find a way to navigate those circumstances without killing people. Okay, the same mindset, the same people going through the same training. Something says to them, pull the trigger quick here in this instance, and it says, oh, let's use my negotiating tactics in this instance. What is the difference usually? Don't worry, I'll wait. So I wish people would stop saying that to people about how they wish things were different. I wish I had $1 billion. Right? I wish for a lot of things. But that's not how reality is.
Like when we talk about different areas are completely different. Like Chris was talking about something that I never even heard of that term that he was talking about until he said it earlier today. For instance, I remember I was telling him about the movie Mo Money, and I was laughing about this one part, even though I didn't know what the hell he was saying. He was talking about his hat, and he was like, that shit looked like a yarmulke with a brim. I didn't even know what the hell a yarmulke was. I didn't know what a yarmulke was until I was like 20. But when you grow up in other places, it's different experiences. Like, for instance, when I got out to California, because, okay, time that I've lived in KC, my interactions, time that I've lived overseas, times that I've lived in Florida, the time that I've lived in Puerto Rico, the time when I got out here to California in 2018. That's the first time I ran into black and brown people racism. That's the first I was running into that. And I'm saying, when you live in different places, it does make a difference. Because there is a beef out here, just like there is a beef in Texas also. And now in Kansas City, now they're starting to have that beef. But where that's coming from is people who moved from California or recent immigrants from Mexico who are bringing in racism. But the Mexicans who have lived there for generations and generations and generations before I have, who go all the way back to the damn cowboy days, who go back to horse and buggy and wagons,
like prairie
they
land.
wasn't on this racist shit that's all of a sudden new into the area. This has been brought on by people who lived other places. And so even though we might be cool, and like where I grew up, black and brown are like this growing up, because for one, if you're in a state where it's 90+% white people, you don't really have the luxury to beef against each other.
Mm-hmm.
You better stick together. You better do business with each other, because that's all you got. But when you have a lot of these Mexicans who are coming into KC, who have came from all you have is Mexicans around you, they don't think about the reality of, oh, well, why you're beefing at me and why you got this beef against me. No, when shit hits the fan and you out there around all them white boys, you're going to wish you had some black faces around to back your ass up. But go ahead, stay racist. See how that shit works out for you.
And that's what I'm saying. It's going back to the whole Vivek.
It does. It does.
And going back to the Vivek thing, you know, he thought he was safe. He thought when she was shooting at everybody other than him that she wasn't going to turn, you know, the gun around on him. And she sure enough said, oh, what, you thought you was different? You thought you couldn't get this work too? Let me tell you something, you little brown boy. You're cute, but you can't impregnate me, okay? You need to go over there with them, with those people, okay? You don't really fit. You don't really belong on this floor, okay? We let the help in on this floor only occasionally. And, you know, your 3 minutes of time is done. Please go back downstairs or to the lower floors or wherever it is you people go to have fun, to do whatever it is you do. That is her whole attitude towards him. And
to Lanier, to answer this real quick, and where I grew up in the Midwest, Hispanics, Latinos don't get put as no Caucasian. You get put as Hispanic. You do not get put as Caucasian in a Kansas, a Missouri, a Nebraska, a Iowa, Oklahoma. No. That's only shit on the East Coast and the West Coast. That's some East Coast, West Coast shit, but not in the Midwest. Not in predominantly white states. They do not count you as white.
Like the police will count them as white if they caught, like, so for instance, if the police rolled up on me and I didn't speak any English and the only thing I spoke was Spanish, they would put me down as probably black, right? But if they caught Alex Rodriguez, the baseball player, former baseball player, if they caught him and the police were to arrest him, they would mark on the paperwork, they would say Caucasian.
But I'm saying that's for where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Not in OKC. They are going to say Hispanic. They are not going to put him down as white, period.
Yeah.
No, he could be like, hey, I'm white. They're like, no, you're not. They're like, no, you're not.
They don't even have to say they're white. It just, that is the definition that the police generally use for Hispanics, especially on the lighter side of the
now,
spectrum.
if you're on the lighter side, that's different. But
Mhm.
if you clearly look Hispanic or close to indigenous, they are not going to call you white up there, because it's too many white people. They don't want you blending in. They want to know exactly who they're dealing with. You know, especially because if a police chase runs into a certain area and you say white, okay, now how do you find them? Because now you just went into an area that's predominantly white. It's a lot harder for you to. It's a lot harder to track you down. But if they say, you know, if they say, you know, Hispanic, and you're the only Hispanic person out and say, you know, a certain part in Johnson County, which is predominantly white, then they can find you a lot easier. So yeah, they're not even gonna say Latino, they're gonna just say Hispanic.
You know, Thomas said had Ann Skeletor Coulter said that to about any other minority person, they would scold or tease the hell out of her. First of all, she wouldn't even given them a chance. She would know better than to actually appear on their programs, because you've never seen Ann Coulter talk to anybody outside of maybe Jesse Lee Peterson, his coon ass. Outside of that,
Rick is telling you this, and you get to the central part of the country, they ain't gonna call you white. They do not play that in. We're talking about when you're dealing with the white, like more redneckish, hillbillyish type. They're like, no, that motherfucker is not white. You are not grouping them in with us. That's their mentality. So they definitely cut off the lines and say no. Now, it blew me away when I got out here to California, where a lot of them will be classified as white, just like Arabs. They're not classifying no Arabic person as white in the Midwest. Not at all. Or Asian. Now they'll call every Asian person Chinese, but that's a different story. I don't know. Yonina will tell you it's the same way up there. They're not just grouping. They're just not grouping. They make a clear distinction between white and Hispanic in the middle of the country.
I'm about to answer that question in a second.
Whose question? Yep, that's why Chicago has a Chinatown, because they call all the Asian people Chinese. Meteor, what part of the country are you in? Where are you at? I don't even know if you're in the U.S. You may or may not be. But just out of curiosity, where are you at? Because then that could tell us a lot about how people treat you in the different areas.
And you know what's crazy? Vivek and his whole family.
West Covina. Okay.
You know, Vivek and his whole family are going to line up to vote Republican too, right after she said that. That is how, like, that's how deep the brainwashing goes.
Well, she would have went on a Tim Scott. She would have said that.
Tim Scott, yes, she would have went anywhere with any black people who would allow her to disparage black people in a way that she would not disparage any other group. And
yeah, the Kundis Owens, you know, those types. Oh yeah, she's going all those.
You know, they started like a Justice League of Black conservatives. They have a talk show. Did you see that? The Super Five or the Super Friends? Did you see it?
No.
Oh, what's it called? The Starting Five or some shit? Wait, before we go, I got to show you the panel lock.
You know, I'll remix that old Eddie Murphy joke. Instead of Goonie Goo Goo, Cooney Coon Coon. Oh man, and that's why, like, I tell you, it does make a difference between where you are and where you live. Like, I've even seen some of those, like, Cubanos or Venezuelans, and they'll be like looking at two black people, and they'll be like, "Es negro." So because you speak Spanish, you're cool. But because you don't, oh, you're one of those American blacks. You're no good.
Mm-hmm. I can't find it, Marcus. I'll try to send it to you during the week. But literally, it's like a round table of 4 or 5 of them, and they call themselves like. They don't call themselves a Justice League, but it's something similar to that. And it's just like, oh God, this is horrible.
They sound like the type of black people that'll burn a cross at their bonfire and say, it's just to keep us warm.
Yeah, you know, it's like Tim Scott, some conservative dude from Georgia, and two other dudes. It's like these pathetic black guys who just pretend life is not the way it is. And again, I don't like black people who are always like, life is so hard for me because I'm a black person. I can't do anything because I'm black. I don't like that shit either. I don't fucking like that either. The Justice League. I don't like
That's
that
clever.
whining. Yeah, I don't like that whining ass shit either. I really don't. And I have my very, very, very harsh criticisms against it as well. But the niggas who be with this conservative shit, it's one thing to say I'm conservative. Fine, you're conservative. Oh, I believe in the Bible and I'm a religious conservative. Fine. The moment you start talking to me about political conservatism, you lost me. You lost me.
Oh shoot, I didn't even see India popped into the building for a minute. I'll make sure to holler at him later.
Oh, okay. What's good, Indy? So, I just wanted to, damn, Marcus, I wish I could find them. I should have sent it to you earlier.
Yeah, see, Rick, what he's saying here? I tell you, I ain't white at U.S. checkpoints.
What's his name? Byron Donaldson or Donalds?
You got me there. Meteor, you're a Catholic? Interesting.
Oh, and then also I want to say this, going into sports and into media. Stephen A. Smith has said some things recently, and because he wasn't like, yo, I hope Donald Trump chokes and dies, or I hope Donald Trump plane crash, or I hope Donald Trump, stubs his pinky toe on the corner of the bed, because he made some comments that were not totally, I hope he dies. He's being attacked by the liberal Democrats within that space, and they're calling him all kinds of names because he's clearly gotten over his Trump derangement syndrome. And I just want to say that some of you black folks who's on this Democrat shit, on this liberal shit, you need to give that up too.
Your boy is on live right now.
Who is?
Got Stu Peters in a live with Dom Lucre. I know how to get under your skin. Y'all ever want to see Chris get fired up? Start talking about Dom Lucre.
Yo, that's a goofy. Yo, you could just tell by his lack of swag would tell you who he hangs with. The way he dressed tells you who he hangs with. How he talks, what he says, his topics can tell you who he hangs with, what his goals are. On some level, I'm glad that he's getting money out of these idiots. And then on the other side, I hope he blows it because you got money from them idiots. Like
he seems like the type of dude who buys hookers and asks them to do weird shit.
Oh, I was about to say he is 1,000% buying ass.
He'd be like, can you pee in the toilet and let me put my hair in it? Like,
yes.
There's something right. I could just see him doing just weird shit.
Yeah, me too.
Weird
He'd
shit.
Be like, can you
here
say,
step in mud and let me lick it out between your toes? Some weird
correct.
Shit.
Say you hate Obama, but say it like I hate that nigga. Like say it like that. That's how.
Or he'd probably be like, "Yeah, baby, go find the whitest girl you can find, palest with blonde hair, and just tell her to call him nigger with a hard R."
Or he would call her over to the house and tell her to look into the nightstand, and whatever she found in the nightstand, he would tell her, just use it on me.
Use it on me. Whatever I bought earlier today in the section.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I'm at your whim. Go on ahead. It's all right. I'm already laying on my stomach.
Correct.
I don't know. This feels like that is weird.
Pull themselves out. You know, Warren is dumb too. You know, that's what he would do. Look, man. You know, look. It's 1:35 in the morning.
I want to get a 500-pound stripper and eat matzo balls off her stomach. Like that's some shit I can imagine him doing.
1,000%. 1,000%.
And he probably tell the escort, and don't take a bath for 2 weeks. I love your natural smell.
Correct.
I'm just doing this to fuck with your Nina at this point.
Yo, you know what's funny? On the instances, and this is what I have to say about the audience, right? The instance, the one time, you know, broken clock is right twice a day, right? The one time that Dom Luca gets an issue right, he comes down on the right side of it, especially if it's a racial matter, and he says something to the effect of like, damn, this was messed up what happened to the black people. His whole feed is all spam after that, right? There's not, you have to scroll mad far to get a regular comment, right?
Yes. That's the kind of shit he asked for. Where'd it go? Yeah. Where'd it go?
When he posts something negative that a black person does, his whole entire timeline is filled with comments and replies and retweets. So we can already see what's going on with that account there.
Yo, y'all got to remember, I was in the Navy with nasty motherfuckers. This ain't like some of the stuff I be coming up. It's not hard to come up with because I've known people to do just weird ass shit. I knew this one cat who he paid a stripper to come back. We were in Spain. He paid a stripper to eat a whole bunch of gassy foods and strip dance and fart in his face. True story.
Mm-hmm.
I know another dude who put peanut butter on his nuts and put bird seeds on it and let bird seeds let baby chicks peck the bird seeds off. Hey, it's some nasty ass dudes in the Navy.
Well, you said the Navy. Say no more.
Hey, all the branches are like that. You know how many Marines that I know of that I know they're completely hetero, and I'm trying to warn them, like, hey, I don't know how you party. I'm just letting you know.
They have a lot of homosexual
and a lot of Marines end up messing with trans and then be pissed off after the fact. I'm like, everybody was trying to warn you that was somebody that's trans. Now, if that's how you rock, cool, do you. But don't get the warning from people and then get mad when you find out that it's a trans.
Well, also, too, a lot of their jokes is like always, you know, like, oh, which capital of Thailand? Bangkok, bow. And they hitting you right in your nuts. Like, those are the type of games they play.
Man, they used to play this game called Rape Game.
Huh?
And, yeah. Like, if you, like, leaned over the sideway, somebody will run over and grab your leg, push you over, and be like, got you. And run off. Like,
nah, we're not playing them type. See, why do all their games end like that?
And that's all the branches be doing weird shit like that.
See, that sounds like what's the thing in schools that you join? Fraternities.
That's exactly what the military is. It's a lot of that fraternity type mentality.
It seems like that.
Like when you have certain cruises, you have like shellback initiation and polywogs, and like they'll save up like all this food from all week long and mix it all together, and you got to like eat all this weird stuff and like crawl across the deck on your knees, and they do weird stuff. Like when I made E4 and E5, they do what's called tacking on the crow. And so everybody in your department, they hold your arm and they're like, we're going to pin the crow down so it don't fly away.
Look at the exchange.
And I'm telling you, after getting promoted, like you see my whole arm, the whole thing is just purple. Because you didn't have like 50 people punch you in the arm. Like everybody who's higher ranked than you is able to so-called tack on the crow.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't have worked for me at all, bro. It would not have worked for me.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of hazing that goes on in the military.
Yeah, I worked at the U.S. Open, right? Grounds crew, and the grounds crew, they were hazing people. They were, tying people to fences and using the hose, spraying them down. All crazy shit. I had told them I don't play that game,
dude.
And
For torpedo men, we used to old initiation. I don't know if they do it anymore, but you used to drink a cap of auto fuel, the fuel that goes in a torpedo.
You see, like, why are you doing that? But I told all them dudes. I told the essays, the Negroes, the white boys. I told them all, y'all don't play this game. Leave me alone. Because if y'all do something to me, and you see that other kid over there, my brother, don't nobody touch us. Because if you do something to me, I'm going to respond in the worst possible way. So I promise, just leave us alone. Yo, we worked the whole summer.
How the Navy works is, but see how the Navy works is somebody's gonna touch you, and then they're gonna continuously fuck with you until you get in fights and end up getting booted out. That's what they're gonna do.
Correct.
Because the Navy's like, oh, they can't take a joke. Let me just ratchet it up more and more and more, and they're gonna try to get you to snap. That's what they're gonna do.
Oh,
and like another one, and then
like being outside, it's like getting jumped almost, right? Okay, all of y'all dudes about to jump me. Okay, the one with the biggest mouth, I'm about to knock your teeth out. So yeah, y'all gonna beat me up, whatever. But at the end of the day, you gonna have no teeth in your mouth. You're gonna be having to go to the doctor. You're gonna be thinking about me as they put the chiclets in your mouth for quite some time. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna kick me out. Yeah, that's why I know my mindset the way I am. I ain't playing that shit. Yo, my pops, nah.
Dude, when I first got into weapons, I had never had a drink before. I get over to Italy and they take us out. They get me super, super drunk, probably like 15, 16 different hard drinks, a whole bunch of shots, and then leave me at a bus stop. Reader was that they call all the black guys. Oh boy, but that the hazing in the military is on a different level, and
it's super different.
For if you're in combat fields, it just gets worse as you go up. So like the shit that they do in the SEALs is just ridiculous. You don't even want to play around with the stuff that they do. The shit just gets dangerous at that point.
Yeah, see, I don't even want to play them games with them people, because again, obviously you're on a base, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Look, if I can't beat you, I'm gonna call somebody, right? At that point, I'm gonna make a call. Hey, yo, phone a friend. Hey, I got a problem, right? That's what's gonna happen.
They do shit like, hey, while he's over there sleeping, let's just walk over and shoot a couple rounds past his ear. Like, what the? Really? That's the kind of shit? That's how y'all playing? But yes, they do over the top shit.
Yeah. See, that's dangerous.
Yeah, they throw like frag grenades and out where you're sleeping. Yeah.
Couldn't be for me. G.I. Joe, not for me.
So I mean, and people don't see that side of the military, how crazy it can get. That's the reason why some of these people come out and they still off the wall and they joke in weird ways because they've done or seen weird stuff.
Yeah, because they was playing homoerotic games for years, some frat boy shit.
Then I've seen a cat who was cheating on his wife and one kid with this other lady across the base. Come to find out, the lady he cheating with, her husband is cheating with his wife. And then they just like swapped families. I was like, what in the Jerry Springer is this?
Wife swap and give whole different meaning to I bet you Warren, when I say this term, I bet you Warren will laugh. Give new meaning to the term hot wife. Huh, Warren? Let's see what.
Hey, I mean, and I've seen times where this dude would be like, "Oh man, I really like this girl, man. I don't know, I care about her a whole lot." And then you're like, "Oh, who is she?" And then you'd be like, "Oh, she works over in logistics." And then you meet her and be like, "Oh, ooh, God, her?" And then you find out that like 15 people at that command and ran through her already. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm telling y'all too much.
Yeah. It's already 4.5 hours. We've been, I don't know where the time went. We was just here talking shit. Again, I'll say this. I don't want people to be offended at the things I say, but if you are offended, I'm not sorry because I wasn't trying to offend you to begin with. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm just keeping it a buck. I don't like all that fake shit we see in this space and all that other shit. I'm really not. You know what I'm saying? Again, I don't like this is not. I don't depend on this to pay my bills like a lot of other people. So they have to play games with the people in the crowd because they have to be like, "Ooh, I don't want to curse out your Nina. That motherfucker get on my nerves, but she been giving us bread, so I'll be nice to her." Nah.
Well, I hope that at least y'all can say, you know what? I know that they're genuine no matter what, whether I agree with them all the time. And every now and then they're going to piss me off, but y'all know that we genuine.
Yeah. And everybody can get it. We are equal opportunity. If you hear me talk about some of the ADOS people or FBA people off.
Oh, y'all don't even know. For if there's any like white people in here, feel like, man, they're always banging on white people and y'all always shitting on white people. Oh, we talk about ADOS too. Yeah, I was just telling Chris today, I don't really fuck with ADOS or Pan African. Really, I'm like, fuck both of you motherfuckers. Especially ADOS. Really, 2 middle fingers to y'all. If I can flip my toes up, the middle toes, y'all get those too. I don't like. I hate you.
And that's what
because are the weakest link or the dumbest. The dumbest. Y'all are a spoon in the knife drawer. That's what y'all are.
As far as sharp, yes. And that's what I'm saying. So trust me, everybody can get it. Like everybody. It's not limited to especially white looking ADOS. ADOS, FBA, they work my nerves. And it like most things, it's not every single one of them. It's just too many of them sharing the same rotting brain, and that's a problem for them. But that's a problem we'll discuss on a whole other day. But to those of you who left and came back, who stayed, who went and did your laundry or checked on another show. Or
let me tell you this. Did you know I had a little tweet that went for me, it went kind of viral. Criticizing Netanyahu. Oh my God. And I had a couple of Zionists get in there. Zionists are like you're dealing with like literally the most dishonest people you could argue with. Like these motherfuckers can't answer any direct questions. That's what I learned dealing with Zionists. They don't answer direct questions, and you can count on them answering some shit you never fucking said. Nothing but straw men. Some of the it's honestly how you feel about arguing with these ADOS and all them. That's how I feel like dealing with these Zionists. But anyway, if y'all check that out, well, shit, mine went viral just responding to Nico's super viral. Nico had like over a million hits on that tweet. Oh, wow. And I was like, what the fuck? What is going on with mine? I had like 45,000.
Oh shit.
So for me, that's going viral. I normally get like eight views on my tweet. Right? So especially since Elon took over, rat bastard. But that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah, it's definitely changed, but you know, it is what it is. Like most things, nothing stays the same. Everything changes, and it is what it is.
Always in flux.
But you know, again, thank you all for joining us on this Saturday night, Sunday morning. For those on the East Coast, if you stay with us, I appreciate it. Those on the West Coast, you still got time to go get into some debauchery or whatever you want to go. You could go catch a food truck or something like that. I'm sure you still have options. I'm keeping my ass home. I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. Can you tell Rasheed Rice to stay at home too?
Yeah, he's down here wilding.
Oh my gosh.
Some people they come down here to South Florida and they don't know how to act. I don't know if it's because they haven't lived in a city or they haven't lived in any place similar to this. But a lot of people, when they come down to South Florida, their eyes get wide and then they just be doing the dumb shit. Like, oh my God. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Oh, and so to the people celebrating Mother's Day out there, happy Mother's Day to all them out there.
It is Mother's Day. I don't even think we have very many mothers in the chat, to be quite honest.
Oh, yeah, we do. Yes, we do.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I didn't think we had much.
Oh, yeah.
Well, to the mothers out there, if you celebrate, enjoy your day. I hope your children, your husbands / boyfriends or who significant others, I hope they all, do something nice for you. I'm not one for, oh shit, Warren.
Of course, Warren.
Well, I hope they treat y'all nice and, for the day. I hope you get to relax, maybe get your feet rubbed or breakfast in bed or some like that. You know what I mean? I forgot about it because my son graduated from college today. Congratulations.
Congratulations, definitely. Oh, that's always good to hear about kids graduating from college. It's always great. Hopefully he's not buried in debt and can, go on and contribute in great ways out there. Come on, moms, dad needs it. Warren probably out there looking for the milfs and the gilfs, the cougars, all he can get, huh? Yeah, you be careful over there. Leave Lainey alone. I know you're in Chicago now. You were there sneaking into her wine drinking ceremonies and stuff. Trying to see if you can get her to have too much wine. I know what you're doing, Warren.
All right. Well, I guess, that about does it for us this evening. Again, thank y'all for coming through. Marcus, take us out of here, man.
I said hot potato wife. Wow. Okay. But on that, it's been great. I appreciate all of y'all. Much love to everybody out there. And hopefully y'all come out and keep rocking with us. For those who are new to rocking with us, hopefully we can get y'all to come back. If not, okay, it is what it is. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it while y'all were here. But that said, it's been the Political Matrix. Nothing but love for all y'all. Like we say, Saturday night, y'all can be anywhere else. Sunday morning for some, y'all can be anywhere else, but y'all decide to spend it with us, and we appreciate it. And hopefully we keep y'all thinking. And if y'all got stuff to send me, I'll try to get to it. I know I asked for that before, and I kind of got buried in all the stuff that's y'all been sending. So I will try to do better on that. And I'm working on more content for Young Morpheus reviews. So look forward to that. I know I'll probably have something about Monkey Man coming up and probably the Fall Guys. So that's it. Y'all have a great one. Much love to everybody. Peace.
Peace.